of time to find a path forward.
Republicans remain divided on next steps for a spy powers law that's set to expire at the end of the month.
It's must-pass legislation. We've talked about it here before. It preserves the Trump administration's ability to kill terrorists and to prevent attacks on our homeland.
There have been so many erosions of our Fourth Amendment right to privacy.
The debate centers around the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which allows the government to collect communications data of foreigners in other countries.
This provision of law was created after 9/11, and frankly, one of the reasons we've not had another 9/11 on our shores is because we have this important tool.
But some Republicans argue too much of Americans' information is being gathered without search warrants.
The government has created additional loopholes to spy on you that I'm not even allowed to tell you. These are classified as top secret.
The House bill extends the program with reforms, but it doesn't add search warrant requirements, as several Republicans demand. Meanwhile, Democrats warn they may not support the bill if Kash Patel remains the FBI director.
We recognize that in the abstract, it's an important tool to help keep the American people safe. At the same period of time, there is zero reason for us to trust Kash Patel.
President Trump has called for the legislation to be extended without any changes. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
Airlines worldwide have begun canceling flights now as the war in the Middle East strains jet fuel supplies and pushes up those prices. But the disruption doesn't end there. As the problems increase, more people are getting ready for summer travel. While fuel prices are leading airlines to cut flight routes, experts say they aren't happening last minute. Most flights currently impacted are short-haul flights in Europe, but the same issues could start happening with American trips. Experts say that it's important to know the rules for the airline. Companies typically offer either a refund or a rebooking on the next available flight in these cases. The exact rules varies by country, but refunds and rebookings are the baseline options. Here in the U.S., for example, if your flight is canceled and you choose not to travel, the airline must refund you regardless of the reason. Passenger rights vary widely by region. The U.S., Canada, the European Union, the U.K., Turkey, and Brazil all have different passenger rights. Europe has some of the strongest protections, including compensation in certain cases. They apply to any flight departing from an EU airport, regardless of the airline. Travel experts recommend passengers book early and use fare tracking sites to lock in better prices, especially as problems along the main trading route for oil remains the center of Middle East tensions.
It takes about 7 weeks for a barrel of oil to get from the wellhead to the tank at the airport. About 10% of every barrel is jet fuel.
Experts suggest preparing for possible flight disruptions. They suggest booking flights earlier in the day to have more options if a flight is canceled. They also recommend travelers consider nearby airports for backup options and to stay alert with their airline's notifications. Gas prices are also starting to rise again as tensions rise in the Middle East. This morning, the national average is up 2 cents to $4.11. Here in North Carolina, we're looking at a little less, thankfully, at $3.89. Across the border in South Carolina, even less drivers there paying around $3.82. A majority of Americans are blaming the president for the surge in gas prices. That's according to a Reuters poll, which was released Friday. Roughly 77% of registered voters said the president has at least some responsibility in the rise in gas. That includes 55% of Republicans and 95% of Democrats. Experts say this could be a bad sign for Republicans come midterm. It is 6:19. Oh man, finally had a little bit of rain this weekend. Did it even make a dent in the drought, Ted?
Not too much. I mean, we need the rain, and here's the thing. It's just a step in the right direction. We're going to need a little bit more than what we saw this past weekend to really alleviate those drought conditions. We'll get an update on Thursday, but just know this morning is dry with east-northeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 50s, dew points far enough from the temperatures, so I'm not too concerned about fog kicking off this Monday morning. We hold on to low to mid 50s around Charlotte, mid 40s Boone and Jefferson, I-40 corridor in the low 50s to kick off your Monday morning. A relatively cool start, ramping up to a warm finish. Low to mid 70s on tap through the peak heating hours of the day. Will be nice and comfortable with mild for our mountain counties, getting into the mid 60s for this afternoon. So highs will land near normal for this time of year. That heat stretches out west towards Texas into some of our Gulf states, more of the cooler temperatures over the Pacific Northwest towards the Dakotas and Bozeman, Montana. There's that cold front providing some snow showers up through Montana, and our central plains get some of the rain pushing into the Midwest. By the time we head into Tuesday, we'll usher in some of that moisture aimed towards the Carolinas. Flood potential in that darker green shading from northern Louisiana through parts of northern Mississippi and Alabama. Tennessee could see some storm activity for your Tuesday before we'll get more of the rumbles of thunder heading into your midweek. So walking you through it, we'll have sunny skies dominating for the start of the work week. Clouds increase overnight with pop-up showers and some isolated storms Tuesday afternoon. Tapers off rather quickly from the morning into the evening, and then we'll have Wednesday bringing another round of that wet weather with the storm activity possible for late morning, early afternoon with spotty lingering storms on the back end here. I'm thinking our severe risk will focus east towards Raleigh and, of course, towards Durham heading into Wednesday. Level 1 out of 5 with the marginal risk, Albemarle into Rockingham. Half an inch of rain possible. Overnight lows settle in the low 50s. 7-day forecast rebounds us into what will be the low 70s Tuesday, 70s through Thursday and Friday, with those rain chances coming back heading into the weekend. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King is up next in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Distracted driving leads to losses both economic and personal. And Senator Tom Tillis says he will drop the block of Kevin Warsh's nomination for Federal Reserve Chair. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning. Happy Monday.
Hi, Annie. Happy Monday to you, too. And it does look like we're going to start the week down a little bit. The Dow's about 60 points lower, S&P 500 5 lower for the start today. But the S&P 500 and NASDAQ closed at new highs on Friday, led by the chip companies especially. Well, a senator, North Carolina senator, had been blocking Kevin Warsh's nomination for Fed chair is backing away. Tom Tillis will support Warsh now that the Justice Department has dropped the investigation into the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell. The Senate Banking Committee is set to vote on Warsh's nomination Wednesday. And distracted driving is a significant, widespread and preventable issue that, according to the Department of Transportation, results in more than 10,000 fatalities and 1.3 million injuries every year. And the estimated annual economic cost of distraction-related crashes is nearly $100 billion. Aaron Engel is vice president and counsel at State Farm Insurance and says the company recently did a survey of licensed drivers.
We found that 80% of the survey respondents said distracted driving is their number one concern when it comes to roadway safety. So people know the risks, but despite knowing the risks, the accidents are still happening.
State Farm says education and outreach can help, but also public policy. Annie, back to you.
Yeah, Jane, that's a good point. I know that, when you're at a stoplight, you look over and you see someone on their phone. If someone's kind of swerving a little bit, going too fast, you look over and sure enough, they're on their phone. So a deterrent is tickets, I guess.
I know. I guess they're going to have to do that because it is, causing a lot of problems, both, physically for people and also financially.
Of course. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Heading to a break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Near normal temperatures kicking off this work week, but drought conditions continue as rain chances move in. Do we get any relief? We'll be breaking that down here with a check of your forecast.
The man accused of plotting the shooting at a White House event is facing charges today. What we know about the suspect and the investigation.
New curfew in place at Camp North End. What kids and parents need to know about the future of their freedom at the shopping center.
6:30 here. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Kicking off a new work week. Julian Sador off all week long. We got meteorologist Ted Payton saying, hey, the little bit of rain we got over the weekend, we got some more coming this week, which is great. I felt like when I got up yesterday, the plants and flowers were like, oh
yeah, they
and
finally had something to eat.
And the weeds.
The weeds,
Good
I
point.
think all on our back hill. We had weeds. I knew they were there, and then
they're like, oh yeah.
I was like, hey.
Yeah, Daddy had some food, and that's what they felt like. We are going to have more rain coming up this week, so maybe getting a little relief for anyone who's been trying to run the sprinklers early in the morning, late in the afternoon. Do not do midday. Not just because you need to conserve the water, but because that's just not the most efficient and effective way of watering your lawn or watering your plants. The east-northeast winds coming in 10 to 13 miles per hour, low 50s temperature-wise. Sun coming up over the horizon as we speak, just a few minutes away from sunrise. As we sit cooler than where we were this time yesterday, I'm looking at an 8 and 9 degree difference on the cooler side, 6 to 8 degrees cooler, Boone and Jefferson, mid-40s for the higher elevations, while we sit in the low to mid-50s around Charlotte. So a nice cool start to your day, leading to a warm afternoon, 60s on tap by lunchtime. Sunshine dominates, getting in the mid-70s, peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at what will be a mix of sun and clouds and highs in the mid-70s, near normal for this time of year. Northeast winds will stay relatively light, but just a little breezy here as we start your morning. Overnight lows stay cool again, 50s overnight heading into your Tuesday. Cloud cover will build as we increase that moisture in the atmosphere, bringing more in the way of rain chances, low to mid-70s Tuesday into Wednesday, with the slightly below normal temperatures lingering into the weekend with that active pattern taking hold. Now, pollen forecast still shows our tree pollen, oak, sweet gum, beech, really ramping up here, staying high to medium for the mid portions of the work week. I'll break down more of your location, timing, and amounts of rain here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Now's the perfect time to make sure those windshield wipers, brakes, everything on your car, make sure they work before whatever amount of rain comes in this Tuesday or Wednesday, so you're not caught off guard and you're as safe as you can be. Let's take a look at Pinpoint traffic. Rush hour won't start for about another 30 minutes. Here's a good-looking shot at 77 North and South, right at LaSalle Street, and you can see the Queen City skyline. Traffic in all directions right there, moving really well. Let's pull out and show you around town. We got 6 or 7 icons that are out there. Not all of these are accidents. None of these really causing major delays, just because volume is still light. You can see it building from out west on 85 North. We'll take a look at that in a second. In the heart of Uptown, here's the John Belk Freeway coming straight at us, going over I-77. You can see Bank of America Stadium there. At the top left corner, looking good. This is up near Lake Norman, coming down from Iredell County. The traffic on the right-hand side, the toll lanes, the regular lanes. Both directions looking good right there. Here's drive times, as I said, slowly picking up out of Gaston County. That's typical for this time of day, but if you're coming down from the lake, you're looking good. Coming down from Concord Mills Mall, Kannapolis, Cabarrus County, you guys are good on 85 southbound. Same could be said if you're working your way up Independence Boulevard this morning. Those drive times from Albemarle, Monroe, you guys are all in good shape. And as promised, if you're headed to the airport, now's a great time to get there. Just don't be distracted. Drive times all looking good from Uptown, Rock Hill, coming down from Cornelius. We'll give you another updated traffic coming up around 7.
Heightened security at Camp North End will continue to enforce a new juvenile curfew. This past weekend was the first of that new ordinance. Juveniles are now not allowed at Camp North End after 6 p.m. unless they're with an adult. Owners of Camp North End say they have faced several teenage flash mobs during recent weekends, disrupting the property and tenants. The same company also owns Birkdale Village, the scene of other takeovers.
The accused attacker at Saturday night's White House Correspondents' Dinner is now set to face charges today. The 31-year-old alleged gunman was there to target top Trump administration officials, according to a manifesto obtained by federal investigators. News Nation's Washington correspondent Hannah Brandt has the latest on the investigation.
I'm learning new details from a White House official about the alleged shooter at last night's White House Correspondents' Dinner. Law enforcement have identified the suspect as Cole Thomas Allen, and sources do tell News Nation that his manifesto clearly states he was trying to target Trump administration officials. A law enforcement source revealing he was targeting President Trump specifically. The White House also telling me he had a lot of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media accounts. Take a look at exactly how the suspect outlined his planned targets. His manifesto was originally obtained by the New York Post, a source confirming these parts of it to News Nation that read, administration officials, they are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary. A White House official tells me minutes before the shooting happened, Allen sent his manifesto to family members. His brother then contacted New London police in Connecticut to warn them, and Secret Service and Montgomery County Police interviewed Allen's sister at her home in Maryland. She apparently told law enforcement her brother had a tendency to make these radical statements, also saying he constantly talked about his plan to do something to fix the issues with today's world. She confirmed to police Allen bought 2 handguns and a shotgun, which he stored at their parents' home without their knowledge, and that he went to the shooting range regularly for firearm practice. In addition, the Trump administration official sharing Allen was part of a group called the Wide Awakes and attended a No Kings protest in California. This shooting does raise serious questions about the security precautions at the dinner. You can see in the security footage the suspect rushing past the metal detectors and Secret Service. The president has been very complimentary of the quick action from law enforcement, posting on his Truth Social that this would not have happened if his White House ballroom was constructed. In an earlier interview, he did share even more thoughts on the shooter's manifesto and why this incident happened.
It was a religious thing. It was strongly anti-Christian. If you're a consequential president, you're in much more danger than if you're not a consequential president. Most presidents are not very consequential.
We are expecting the suspect to be arraigned at a federal courthouse here in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. At the White House, I'm Hannah Brand.
The lone Republican holdout in the confirmation of the next Federal Reserve chairman dropping his opposition. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis says that he is prepared to move on with the confirmation of Kevin Warsh. Tillis says in part, quote, I look forward to supporting Kevin Warsh's confirmation. He is an outstanding nominee, and it is time for the Federal Reserve to move beyond this distraction and return its full attention to its mission. Tillis went on to say that he did say that he would block the Trump administration's next Fed chair nominee while the Department of Justice investigated current chair Jerome Powell. Last week, Trump's new pick, Kevin Warsh, testified before the Senate Banking Committee, vowing to keep the Federal Reserve fully independent of the administration that nominated him. Powell said the investigation intended to intimidate the Fed, and some lawmakers raised concerns about whether it was politically motivated.
Congress is facing a record low approval rating. It's fallen to just 10%. That's according to a new Gallup poll. Most Americans are losing faith in lawmakers' ability to do their work amid constant gridlock in Washington. At the same time, 86% of Americans disapprove of the job Congress is doing. The midterms will test who voters blame for Congress's poor performance. Republicans hold a slim 5-seat House majority, and Democrats need to flip just a few races to win it back. In the Senate, Democrats would need to pick up 4 Republican-held seats while maintaining all of their own.
Mecklenburg County State Representative Carla Cunningham is dropping her affiliation with the Democratic Party, now saying that she is unaffiliated. Cunningham lost her re-election bid in the March primary after 14 years representing District 106. Governor Josh Stein endorsed Reverend Rodney Sadler, who overwhelmingly won the nomination. Cunningham faced Democratic backlash for voting with Republicans to override Stein's veto of immigration legislation. In a statement, Cunningham says though she has been a Democrat all her life, she wants to serve people, not a party, and she will never compromise her constituents' needs to a political agenda.
King Charles and Queen Camilla are coming to the United States to celebrate America's upcoming 250th birthday. The King and Queen are set to arrive in D.C. today, where they will be greeted by President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. The president said over the weekend that the visit could help repair relations between the U.S. and the U.K. They've been strained lately over issues like trade and Iran. During his visit, King Charles will also address Congress ahead of a private meeting at the White House with President Trump.
The Food and Drug Administration is offering ultra-fast review of 3 psychedelic drugs being developed to treat mental health conditions. This comes after President Trump signed an executive order directing the FDA to loosen restrictions on the hallucinogenic drugs, which remain illegal under federal law. The FDA says it's rewarding priority review vouchers to 2 companies studying the active chemical in magic mushrooms for hard-to-treat forms of depression and a drug related to MDMA for post-traumatic stress disorder.
The time is 6:40. Still to come, the Dente wins in Talladega, the new NASCAR Cup Series winner after a wild night at the world's fastest oval. You're watching Queen City News on this Monday. We are thankful for that. The most honored in local news in Charlotte. We will be back. .643, welcome back, everyone. A hurricane came to Talladega and left with a win.
That's right. Plus, the NBA's top rookie will be announced later on today. Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has those stories in your morning sports.
A hurricane made its way through Talladega on Sunday. Another first-time winner in the Cup Series gets it done at a super speedway. Heading on down to the biggest and baddest track in all of NASCAR, Talladega Super Speedway. Tyler Reddick on the pole after a win last week in Kansas. Also signed an extension with 23XI Racing prior to the race. Ryan Preece won a hectic stage 1 with the first round of pit stops, resulting in several penalties for some contending drivers. So Preece finished in the top spot. Ford collected 8 of the top 10 spots in the opening stage. Chaos incoming right in the opening portion of stage 2. 10-minute red flag stoppage came after Bubba Wallace goes towards the wall and collides with Ross Chastain, ensuing a huge multi-car wreck. A chain reaction. Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano had to retire after that, but Chastain finishes on top at the end of stage 2 anyway. There were 16 different leaders and 51 lead changes throughout. But by the end, Carson Hocevar of his number 77 Spire Motorsports Chevy finished on top and wins at Dega for his first ever Cup Series win, taking his first ever victory lap after beating out Chris Buescher by 0.114 seconds. There have now been 55 different winners at Dega, and this marks the second time in the last 3 races a driver has earned his first career victory. All right, we've been talking about it for a while now, and finally, it's here. As the NBA season is coming to a conclusion, that means it's time for awards. The NBA Rookie of the Year winner will be announced on Monday, April 27th. The 3 finalists are VJ Edgecombe with the Sixers, Cooper Flagg from the Mavs, and Charlotte's Con Knipple. Knipple ranked amongst the top rookies all season, averaging 18.5 points, leading the league in three-pointers made, and he was also awarded Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month honors in 4 out of 5 months during the 2025 to 2026 season. Jeff Peterson happy with how and all the Hornets rookies played this season.
I can't tell you how proud I am of our rookies. All 4 of them contributed this year at some point. Of course, they all have different skill sets and strengths and paths and things like that. But first and foremost, just who they are as humans, their approach, they are professional. They show up every day, wanting to work, wanting to learn, wanting to be coached. They're self-motivated. So I have no doubt in my mind that they will continue to get better. And that just makes it easier, again, whoever we draft this year, they get to look at those 4 rookies as an example.
Here's a look at some of the numbers for the Rookie of the Year race. Con averaged 18.5 points per game with 5 rebounds a night. He dished out 3 assists and shot it to the tune of a 47.5% field goal percentage. Cooper Flagg averaged more points on the Mavericks at 21 a game, but the Mavs were pretty bad this year. He grabbed 6 rebounds a game and dished out 4.5 assists per game. He also shot it at a high clip at 46.8% for the season. It is truly a coin flip right now for the trophy, and we will wait. The winner will be announced at 7 p.m. tonight, and we'll have the full breakdown on CSL at 11.
All right, to the pitch now, where Charlotte FC fell to Eastern Conference leader Nashville FC 4-2 in Nashville Saturday. Nashville just too much straight from the jump. They hopped out to a 2-0 start within the first 30 minutes. The Crown's defender Morrison Ajaman cut the lead in half with a header in the 42nd minute, but it was Morrison's second goal in as many matches. Midfielder Pep Biel scored Charlotte's second goal in the 68th minute, but the lack of defense from the Crown just was not enough for Nashville, for the Crown to put this one away. Nashville winning big.
We hung in there, which is credit to the players, but we can't give goals away as bad as we did. So disappointed with the manner of the goals that were given up. Credit to the players that they hung in there after that whirlwind first 30 minutes where they looked fresher than us, they looked physically stronger than us. But we can't keep conceding 4 goals on the road and expect to get results.
Now that match wrapped up a 3-match road stint. They've got the round of 16 U.S. Open Cup matchup against Atlanta here at the Met County Sportsplex tomorrow. Then they will be back on the road to play New England FC at Gillette Stadium Saturday, May 2nd. All that travel awards them a 6-game homestand after that. That'll all get underway with Cincinnati FC on May 9th.
It is 6:48. The little taste of rain that we had over the weekend now has kind of literally whet our appetite, Ted. Now we want more. We need more. Not that we want washouts, but we need help with this drought.
Yeah, we need help with the drought. We will get more of that rain in the form of what will be the pop-up showers, isolated storms heading into your Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now, temperatures in the low 50s, east-northeast winds 13 miles per hour. Not looking at much in the way of rainfall. For the start of the week, we'll have a dry Monday on tap with those 50s kicking things off heading out the door. Mid-40s, Boone and Jefferson, low 50s along the I-40 corridor. I expect us to warm up effectively, landing just shy of normal for this time of year. Highs hit the mid-70s, low 70s, Rock Hill into Gastonia. Mid-70s along the I-40 corridor with those mid-60s on tap for our mountain counties. A little bit on the mild side, higher elevations. 80s through your Ohio Valley region into Nashville. We could even hit 90s towards Texas. Much cooler towards the Pacific Northwest as this area of low pressure still pulls some of that cold air south out of Canada, sparking some storm activity up through Iowa into Illinois. We'll funnel more of that moisture east into the northern parts of our Arkansas, into Tennessee as we head into your Tuesday. That's where we get more of our rain and storm potential, even into the potential for some pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas, for some potential flooding back towards Arkansas and Tennessee. Yellow indicates some storm activity that could track further east by Wednesday, so we'll have an active midweek on tap after a dry start to your work week, mostly sunny throughout your Monday afternoon. Clouds build overnight. Tuesday morning looks to see some of the pop-up showers late morning, early afternoon. That tracks further east. By the time we get to Tuesday evening, nice and dry with your Wednesday morning. Late morning, early afternoon could bring back another round of wet weather. Right now, Futurecast pulling it west of I-77 through 7 a.m. east as we approach your afternoon hours, 2 to 3 o'clock, looking at more spotty impacts with that storm activity focusing west of Charlotte, giving us a marginal risk for severe weather for Albemarle, Wadesboro, and Rockingham. That's level 1 out of 5 heading into midweek. When it comes to our rain totals, I'm looking at what likely will be a half an inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch when everything's said and done. Lows bottom out in the upper 40s, low 50s heading into your early morning hours. Then 7-day forecast will bring in those 70s for Tuesday and Wednesday. Overnight lows in the 50s. We'll have another round of wet weather move in Friday into Saturday to kick off the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
'80s and '90s kids rejoice. Kellogg's is bringing back toys in their cereal boxes. Remember this?
Yeah.
This is the first time that the cereal giant has done this in more than a decade. The revival comes ahead of the release of Pixar's Toy Story 5 in theaters starting June 19th. The special edition cereal boxes feature toys like Woody, Buzz Lightyear, and of course Jessie. Those boxes hit store shelves yesterday. So, if you have to do a Monday morning shopping trip for your favorite cereal, make sure you get the ones with the toys inside. Literally doesn't matter, I think, if you like the Fruit Loops or you like the Frosted Flakes or not, just go get the toy.
Just go get the toy. Listen, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer here. I'm grateful toys are coming back. I used to love this as a kid.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that they're all one color. Like they're not painted.
Wait,
they're not
boring.
the color of the actual character.
Is that a spoon? Is Jessie a spoon?
Yeah, I think that was a spoon.
Really? I mean, I get it. It's cheaper to do one color. I totally get that. But if you're a kid and you're basing it off of the character you're used to watching.
You want it to look like the character.
Well, speaking of cheaper, I feel like as I was a kid, I don't know if it was that I got older and less enthused by the toys, or if the toys just like slowly degraded.
I think it's
in
both.
Price, right?
I think
they
both.
used to be really, they were good.
That's what I'm saying. You lose interest when you get an all red Jessie and she's a spoon. As a kid, you're like, I don't want to play with a spoon.
What is this? I think they came out with what I don't remember what brand it was, but they had like these fun straws.
Yeah.
The crazy straws that were like in the cereal box. Ooh. It was a good time.
Those were the days. Yeah, good memories as a kid with cereal.
But for kids now, they're not going to know the difference. They're going to be like, wow, this is new.
Be thankful to get it.
They are.
You're right. Just be thankful.
That's right.
All right. Bowl of thankfulness. Almost 7 o'clock. Stay with us. Quick break. We'll be right back. Almost 7 o'clock. If you paid the IRS penalties or interest during the pandemic, you could be getting that money back. A recent federal court ruling found that the IRS didn't fully comply with the law, requiring extended deadlines during a disaster period. The period in question ran from January of 2020 to July of 2023. The ruling found that the agency didn't have the authority to impose any charges during that window. So if you did pay any penalties and interest during that time, in most cases, you have 3 years from when a return was filed or 2 years from when the tax was paid, whichever's later, to request a credit or a refund. You will need, though, to file IRS Form 843, which can be found on the agency's website. Thousands of pairs of electrically heated socks sold at Costco are being recalled because of potential burn injuries. The CPSC says when the battery-generated heated socks are worn during high-intensity activities, excessive friction, foot moisture, and pressure can combine with the heat to create a potential burn risk. According to the agency, the socks were sold through Costco stores in medium, large, and extra large sizes, all in the color black. 32 degrees heat appears on the packaging. Here we go, almost 7 o'clock. Stay with us as we kick off our next hour of Queen City News.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 7 o'clock on this Monday. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Thanks for watching Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador is off this week.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your Pinpoint weather forecast. We're going to be looking at a dry start to the work week. Rain chances will come in Tuesday and Wednesday, though. A little bit of some storm activity embedded in that. I know we were thankful to see some rain this past weekend. We'll do it again later this week.
It was very, very short-lived. I think maybe it was a downpour for about a minute.
Yeah.
But it kind of cleared the air out. It felt nice. We still have high pollen. We just need more of this rain, Ted.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where at least we know Mother Nature can do it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you remember how to do this. Let's do this a little bit more in terms of the rain, because we do need it as we continue to hold on to those drought conditions, and the lack of moisture in the atmosphere is still being felt as we head into your Monday. Look around the crown. We have the cloudy skies. We'll make way for some sunshine here as the day continues, starting off with those cool temperatures, anywhere from 9 to even 8 and 7 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. That lands us in the mid-50s, low 50s, Charlotte into Rock Hill, Monroe, mid-50s Concord, low 50s I-40 corridor. We're talking 40s in our mountain counties, a little chilly to start your day before we ramp up into what will be the 60s midday into your afternoon. Highs land in the mid-70s for the peak heating hours. Again, partly cloudy skies, making way for sunshine later on this afternoon. Northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. I'll break down more of what our rain chances look like here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school board leaders are set to vote this week on a $2.1 billion budget.
District officials are drawing up this spending plan while working without a state budget.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live with the impacts of stalled statewide funding. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school officials say they are wanting to prioritize, of course, student welfare, teacher retention, and as well as promotion as well, and making sure that they are able to offer the same high level of education for CMS that they have in years past, despite not knowing exactly what they're working with the state. They say should North Carolina not be able to provide a clear-cut budget, CMS, of course, is going to have to take a look at potentially cutting some programming. But of course, none of that happening just yet. As of right now, about half of the CMS's budget comes from the state, 55% of which. And as of now, CMS is planning on the state to offer about a 3% raise for teacher pay. The topic of teacher pay taking center stage this week in Raleigh as educator advocates around the state plan for a rally at the Capitol this Friday, May 1st. Now, Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill says, of course, this is a statewide issue. However, CMS has to be especially competitive in order larger teacher incentives to keep local talent here.
Reality is, it costs more to live in Charlotte than it does those places. So we have to increase pay for teachers, but locally we have to be competitive than others around us. If not, they're gonna, even if they stay in the state, they will leave Charlotte-Mecklenburg to go to Union.
School board members are set to vote on the proposed budget tomorrow night. If they approve it, it goes to county commissioners. Now, they are asking for quite a bit more from the county this year, about $25 million more from Mecklenburg County funds compared to this time last year. Reporting live in Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. The man accused of trying to breach the White House Correspondents' Dinner to target lawmakers is now set to face criminal charges today. Trump is sharing new details about the moments after a gunman attacked. News Nation's Washington correspondent Raquel Martin was in the room and has the latest on the investigation.
The president is calling the suspect a sick individual. He's also thanking Secret Service for quickly responding, taking down the suspect, and getting him and others to safety.
And they said, please go down to the floor. Please go down to the floor.
After surviving what appears to be a third assassination attempt, President Donald Trump tells CBS News 60 Minutes he and the First Lady are okay.
Well, my thought was, I've been through this before a couple of times, and she has not to this extent. She handled it great. I mean, she's very strong.
The president described in detail the moments a gunman opened fire at Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner. Investigators say law enforcement detained 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen after he charged through a security checkpoint yards away. According to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, the gunman traveled by train to Washington.
We believe he was staying at the hotel.
White House officials say minutes before the attack, Cole sent a manifesto signed, quote, friendly federal assassin to family members. In it, he laid out his plan in detail to target top Trump administration officials.
He also wrote this: I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Republican and Democrats alike are condemning the attack.
We should look at this event and study what we could do better.
Sunday, the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley, said he is scheduling a briefing to go over security protocol. Allen is scheduled for an arraignment in D.C. on Monday. Meanwhile, President Trump is vowing to reschedule the dinner for next month. No word from the White House Correspondents Association if that plan is confirmed. For now in Washington, Raquel Martin, back to you.
The brother of the shooting suspect reported receiving the manifesto to police in Connecticut. Officials with the New London Police Department say that Allen's brother came to them before 11 o'clock Saturday night after hearing about the shooting earlier in the evening. Police then contacted federal law enforcement. Neighbors living nearby Allen's brother's apartment say that hearing the incident's ties to Connecticut is surreal.
It's honestly crazy, small world. You always think like nothing, like you could be invincible or something, but it really can. Like things can happen to you, even like with all like the school shootings, and it's kind of scary.
New London police say that they have since turned over their investigation to federal partners.
The Charlotte region is drying out fast. Duke Energy says this is the driest 6-month stretch that we have seen since 1971, and it's not just a local problem. Nearly 40% of the Carolinas outside the Charlotte area are now under extreme drought conditions. Despite low water levels, boaters are still trying to take their chances out on the lakes. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks shows us how conditions are causing more problems on the water and also keeping towing crews very busy.
That dark line shows just how low water levels have receded on Lake Wylie during the Carolinas' extreme drought. Towboat US says he's been busier than usual, saving boats as water levels get too low.
We've had a huge influx of groundings and low water related incidents here on the lake since the water's been low.
Drought conditions are worsening across the Charlotte metro area, with nearly half of the Carolinas now classified as being in severe or extreme drought status. Weather experts say Charlotte is running 15 to 17 inches below normal rainfall since August.
We've seen some debris popping up in places where we've never seen it before, just because the water is so low. We've lots of trees and stumps.
This post was shared in a Lake Wylie boating group on Facebook, showing how low levels were exposing rocks underneath the water. That was April 15th. This picture shows water levels sometime this week exposing land. Logan Thomas with Towboat US says now water levels are even lower and boaters can never tell how bad they're stuck.
I think the word is just now starting to get out that the conditions are low.
Thomas says the towboats have everything needed to rescue any boat, but the time it takes to free a boat varies.
It requires some different kind of equipment depending on what it is. So some locations we're able to drag them off with this boat. Some require some different kind of equipment, some inflatable lift bag salvage equipment.
Towboat US has 4 boats running across the lakes 24 hours a day. He encourages boaters to call them in distress.
If you find yourself in this situation, call us, call for help. Don't, because it can change really quickly when you're out there, but we are here 24 hours a day.
Thomas says if you are going to be on the water, just make sure you're knowledgeable about the water channels on the lake. For now, reporting on Lake Wylie, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Coming up on 7:09, and we are keeping an eye for when that next chance of rain will be. Looking like Tuesday's the day to watch as we have that low pressure system heading into Iowa, pulling in that rain up through parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley region, where the flood potential will be for parts of Indianapolis down through Nashville, Memphis, getting some of the torrential rainfall. More of the storm activity up through St. Louis into Chicago and Milwaukee, indicated by that red shading where we could see a little bit of some damaging winds associated with some of those storms that stay well off to our north and west. Dry over the Carolinas. Brown on your map showing the dry air with our water vapor satellite imagery, the storm activity back west and north, with the drought conditions still echoing into the start of the work week. Level 3 and 4 out of 5 severe drought, extreme drought still sticking around. Radar not picking up on much activity as we head into your morning commute on this Monday. Next 7 days brings us the varied rain chances Tuesday into Wednesday. We'll walk you through that here with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Got a couple of issues to point out now that we are officially in rush hour with our Pinpoint traffic. 77 southbound on the right-hand side, all those lanes working their way into Uptown, looking good this morning. We got a couple of accidents. The first one's 85 southbound that you can see the northeast part of the city. 2 lanes as you're coming down from Concord Mills Mall. 2 lanes are blocked if you're trying to get down to 485 this morning. That is going to slow some things down. Once you get inside the 45 loop, it gets much better. This is 85 at Mallard Creek, but just so that you can see where that is between Bruton Smith, 85 south. This is where that stretch is. 2 lanes blocked this morning. So just be aware of that. That is going to affect your drive times. 45 minutes to get from Concord to 485. Now you're getting around 45 minutes to come up 74 from Monroe because of this. Further up 74 on Independence Boulevard, we have the left lane blocked. Northbound, that's north of Sharon Amity Road. When we show you this camera shot here, look all the way up around the bend. You can see all 3 lanes, all the brake lights coming on this morning. So just be aware of that as you're working your way in. 85 Independence are the worst 2. A little slow coming in from Gaston County, but we'll give you another update coming up around 7:30. Good morning, May Kay.
Morning, Jason. All right, a routine landing and runway crossing ended up overlapping with tragic results. I'm May Kay Beeler. Coming up, the NTSB's early report, it's out. I'll break down what investigators say contributed to last month's deadly runway collision at LaGuardia. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
Well, there's new information from the National Transportation Safety Board disclosing what led up to last month's deadly LaGuardia runway collision between an Air Canada regional jet and a fire truck.
Investigators just released their preliminary report detailing how a routine landing and runway crossing ended in tragedy. The collision killed 2 pilots and sent 40 others to the hospital.
The crash occurred after an air traffic controller cleared the fire truck to cross a runway where the Air Canada jet already had been cleared to land. As the plane touched down, decelerating in its landing roll, it slammed right into that fire truck.
Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May K. Beeler joining us now and has the key takeaways from that report. Good morning, May K.
Good morning. So to be clear, this isn't to point fingers or to blame anybody, right? This is just an early report. More information is still being analyzed, so conclusions may change over time as more information is out there. So the final report's not going to be due out for 18 more months. It's going to shift from what happened, that's what we're going to talk about now, to why it happened, and recommendations regarding how to prevent accidents like this from ever happening again. So, all right, here is what investigators report so far. Factors contributing to the accident are many. A high workload environment. 2 air traffic controllers were managing both arriving aircraft and a ground emergency. There were communication issues between controllers and the drivers of the fire station and ground vehicles. This included blocked transmissions and delayed understanding of instructions. There were also limitations in airport surveillance and runway surface detection systems due to ground vehicles not being equipped with transponders. This played a critical role. There were safety systems that worked as designed, but were not enough.
Okay, so again, this is very early on. What was the ground emergency the ATC controllers were working on?
Right, so before Air Canada came into land, there was a United Airlines regional jet aborted takeoff twice because there was smoke or an odd smell in the plane. They thought, well, we can't take off, we need to get this looked at. They went to another part of the airport. Fire rescue needed to cross the runway that Air Canada was landing on to get to the other side of the airport to take care of this emergency. They were going to evacuate and evaluate this situation. So they weren't at the threshold. The fire trucks were at an intersection. Had they been down at the threshold, this probably would not have happened.
Oh, wow.
And you've talked before about large airports like LaGuardia have special surveillance surface surveillance systems, transponders to alert vehicles when they can and can't move out there. What did investigators find here?
Right, and same thing at Charlotte, though, that we do have this. So there is a system called ASDEX. It's a display in the tower that tracks aircraft and vehicles on the ground. But it didn't have the critical components to work effectively because the 7, not 2, the 7 fire and ground vehicles, and they were even moving air stairs over to this other airplane to get them off the plane. Well, they weren't equipped with transponders. So that would have identified their exact location, the number of vehicles, and could have alerted controllers. So the NTSB reported the Port Authority, they didn't pay for that equipment and the vehicles that possibly could have prevented the collision. Now instead, on primary radar, controllers just saw 2 blobs instead of 7 vehicles, and visually on surveillance video, reflections of a rainy, wet taxi and runway and the dark of night were limiting factors visually. And additionally, there is the runway entrance light system in the pavement that Jason talked about. They are red when an aircraft is landing, warning a pilot or aircraft or ground vehicles not to cross the runway, not to enter it. They worked, but the driver proceeded anyway, and then immediately they went to green. So very confusing situation here.
Yeah, lots of different factors. So what about communication problems?
All right, so when the fire trucks called to get clearance to cross the runway, they were blocked. There was another transmission. So another fire truck called to get permission. The controller cleared them to cross the runway. Then when the controller realized, oh my gosh, I made a mistake. Stop, stop, truck 1, stop. They weren't sure who they were talking to. Anyway, they were already on the runway when the collision happened.
Okay.
Well, certainly the pilots, although they lost their lives, heroes for saving the lives of many on that airplane. And I know the full report comes out in about 18 months. We'll talk more about this as well with you coming up.
A lot to it.
Yeah, there certainly is. Make-A, thank you. Coming up on 7:20 this Monday morning, we're in desperate need of more rain than what we got over the weekend. Ted, what's this week look like?
Yeah, we will have a few rain chances moving in as we get into your Tuesday and Wednesday. There's a slowdown right now, Independence Boulevard. We'll get to the bottom of that with a check of traffic, but just no winds. Coming out of the north at about 13 miles per hour, adds a little bit of a breeze with mostly cloudy skies, low 50s. Kicking off this Monday. I think we'll make way for some good sunshine later on this afternoon. Pockets of clouds will linger, but still looking at low to mid 50s. Charlotte into Concord, low 50s, I-40 corridor, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson, with highs landing near normal for this time of year, low to mid 70s, slightly below normal as we get into the peak heating hours of the day. 60s on tap for our mountain counties up through Boone and Jefferson. Now we will look at high temperatures, mid 80s, Little Rock, upper 80s near 90 degrees, Oklahoma City 90s, Dallas into San Antonio, Florida seeing the heat as well with that low pressure system sitting off of the Carolina coast, pulling in more of the cooler air, but that's combating the warm front tracking north, which keeps us near normal for this time of year. So sunshine dominates, moisture well off to our north and west. We will hold on to a mostly quiet Monday before the rain picks up over northern parts of Louisiana into Arkansas, western parts of Tennessee into northern Mississippi and Alabama for not just the flood potential, but the storm potential out west Tuesday into your Wednesday before we get our fair share heading into midweek. So sunshine dominates on Monday. Clouds build overnight with your rain and storm chances moving in for Tuesday. Quickly pushing through from the morning into the afternoon, drying out overnight. Then Wednesday morning brings another round. Late morning, early afternoon, pushing east rather quickly with the pop-up storms developing through the peak heating hours of the day. That gives us level 1 out of 5, marginal risk for severe weather. Albemarle, Wadesboro, and Rockingham in that green shading. I think rain totals will land around 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch towards our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will go from the low 50s overnight, low 70s Tuesday. We'll hold on to near normal temperatures all the way through the weekend with that active pattern sticking around Friday and Saturday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Here we go. Happy Monday, everyone. Almost 7:24. Beautiful start to the day up in New York City this morning. High above the Big Apple skyline this morning. Futures, a little mixed. We're still a good couple of hours from that opening bell this morning. The Dow's down 65, S&P also in the red. NASDAQ is up, though. But on Friday, here's how things closed. The Dow was also down about 80 points. NASDAQ, S&P were in the green. We will check in with our business correspondent Jane King coming up a little bit later in the show. She will be live at the New York Stock Exchange around 8:25.
While many complained about people being on their phones too much, one town in New York is actually doing something about it. All last week, Armonk embraced the phone down, enjoy the town initiative, where people were encouraged to disconnect from the internet as much as they could. Local businesses and restaurants jumped on board, and parents say it's a nice change.
It starts also with us setting a good example and knowing that, of course, there are times that we have to be on our laptops or our phones for work, but also that we want to be as attentive and involved with them, when we can be.
National organization OK to Delay helped inspire the initiative, encouraging parents to hold off on giving phones to kids before 8th grade. I would like this.
Yes, I am here for it. If there's anything I could go back and do differently when our girls were younger, is limit the amount of screen time and have one of these where no phone is ever allowed at a table when we're having any kind of meal whatsoever.
I like that. I
like it.
I'm more aware of it now, especially because, we don't want our daughter to be obsessed with our phones. And so I'm conscious about putting it down. But then when I look around when I'm out at a restaurant, which is rare, by the way. I see just people like this.
Everyone.
Like not even talking to each other.
It is. It's sad. It's become normal.
Down.
Put it down.
Phone down.
Pay
Look at
attention
someone,
to the person that
which
you're
does
having
require
dinner with.
you have to be intentional with the person you're with. And a lot of people, let's be frank, they don't want that. So they feel more comfortable here than here. So there's a problem. That's it.
Say it. I'll text you back.
That's exactly right. I'm going to text right now. We're going to break, and we will be back in 2.5 minutes. Thanks for watching Queen City News. Stay with us. We'll be back.
All right, 7:30 here on your Monday morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Monday, you guys. Julian is off this week. Meteorologist Ted Payton is not and is working hard to bring back the little bit of rain, a little bit of taste of rain that we had over the weekend to bring it back this week. Ted, how much is on tap?
Just like my daughter said, just a little bit. Just
a
little bit. Yeah, we're going to get some rain here Tuesday and Wednesday. More of the pop-up showers and storms embedded in that, so we can get a lot really quickly, which will not amount to too much as we get into the end of the work week. Only about half an inch between now and the end of the week. But hey, we'll take anything that helps turn this train around as we hold on to those cloudy skies this morning. Cool temperatures, low 50s kicking things off. Sun's going to start breaking through the cloud cover. We have the wind coming out of the north at 13 miles per hour, low 50s temperature-wise. 40s on tap for your dew points. We're looking at a difference of anywhere from 6 to 8 to 7 and even 9 degrees on the cooler side. Still looking at low 40s, Boone and Jefferson. 50s through the I-40 corridor, Morganton, Hickory into Statesville, low to mid 50s around uptown. Day planner will still hold on to a nice sunny afternoon. We will be touching those 60s come lunchtime. Highs land somewhere in the mid 70s, a big 20-degree warm up from where we start the day to how we finish the day with those mid 70s on tap with the mix of sun and clouds. Winds will be relatively light out of the northeast, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Overnight lows settling into the low 50s as we head into your early morning hours. High temperatures rebound into the low 70s Tuesday, mid 70s midweek. Average highs typically land in the mid 70s, so we'll be slightly below normal for this time of year as we still have our high pollen count courtesy of your tree pollen, oak, sweet gum, beech. That's going to be the tree pollen that flares up your allergies all the way through Wednesday. Maybe catching a little bit of relief on Thursday. Mountain counties, 60s as opposed to the 70s. Overnight lows in the 40s. Storm and rain chances move in Tuesday and Wednesday, lingering into the rest of the week. We'll break down more of that setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. 7:30 half hour. It is rush hours building all around, especially the northeast part of the city. Here's a look from NCDOT cameras. 85 southbound coming down from Kannapolis through Concord. We got two of the right lanes blocked. This is just south of Poplar Tent Road before you get to Concord Mills. Mile marker 53, if you know your mile markers. Most of us don't. That's okay. This is what you're going to be sitting in, though, trying to get to 485 this morning. It's got you backed up for at least 15, 20 minutes. Here's a look at the map showing you where it is. It does get better the closer you get to 45, but it's definitely going to slow you down coming down from Kannapolis. On the other side of 485, it does thin out. This is 85 at Mallard Creek, so you can tell that it improves. Overall, volume is picking up again out west, coming in from Gastonia. Inbound Independence is still slow. Here's your drive times. You can see that accident's got your drive time from Concord over half an hour. You're looking at 50 minutes coming up 74 from Monroe because of an earlier accident right here. As we zoom in, 74 turns into Independence Boulevard and just north of Sharon Amity Road. That's got you backed up. All three lanes have been stop and go. Look at that for the last 20 or 30 minutes. So Central Avenue or Monroe Road would be a better alternate. Just north of Uptown, 77 north and south is looking good right near LaSalle Street. A little bit slow coming down from Iredell County, Lake Norman area. That is typical unless you're in the toll lanes. You're zooming right along, but you're also paying for it. Coming in from the other side of town, slow but not unreasonable for 7:30 half hour. We'll give you another look at your drive times and the time to get to the airport coming up at 8 o'clock. Annie?
The suspect who President Trump says tried to shoot people at the White House Correspondent Dinner is set to face charges this morning. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen will be arraigned on federal charges, including assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Authorities say he stormed the lobby of the event and ran past barricades with a shotgun, handgun, and knives. Shots were fired and one officer was hit in their bulletproof vest. The suspect was arrested and taken to the hospital. Sources say he wrote a manifesto to his family saying he planned to target members of the Trump administration. No members of the administration were hurt. We'll have more details on that shooting and the plot in our next half hour.
Preparing for mass teacher absences. On Friday, educators all across North Carolina plan to descend upon the state capitol to demand higher pay. That means a lot of empty classrooms. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the area's largest district is the latest to cancel class ahead of the protest.
trust that we didn't make this decision lightly.
CMS's Board of Education voting unanimously Friday to cancel classes and make next Friday, May 1st, a teacher workday for the district, as many are expected to be out.
There are currently staffing challenges for May 1st, 2026, including increased staff absences without substitutes to currently fill those assignments.
The reason, a planned march and rally at the state capitol and General Assembly in Raleigh. The state's largest teacher union, the North Carolina Association of Educators, arguing public schools in the state have gone underfunded for far too long.
You could walk into any school right now and with a notebook and fill it up with what the problems are. I mean, I think primary among them is the fact that it is difficult. We have 6,700 teaching vacancies across the state right now.
Brian Proffitt with the NCAE arguing it's essential for his membership to call out low funding that has forced schools to cut programs, staffing, and even close in some cases.
Advocacy for our profession and advocacy for our students is part of our job description. It is part of what we are evaluated on, right? And so we're not taking the day off. We're taking the day to go do our job in Raleigh.
Leadership with CMS says despite one less day of classroom instruction, they remain on track to meet and in fact exceed state-required instructional time. No makeup days will be needed. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Kannapolis City Schools, they're also adjusting their district calendar, giving teachers an optional work day on the 1st. Other districts like Asheville City Schools and districts in central and eastern North Carolina are making the change as well.
Lawmakers in Raleigh are working to close a property tax loophole that they say developers are exploiting. Some city leaders say it's costing them millions of dollars. The loophole allows developers to avoid paying property taxes by partnering with an affordable housing nonprofit. Right now, developers can qualify for full exemptions even if the nonprofit owns just 1% of that project. A new proposal would tighten the rules involving who qualifies and link tax breaks to how much affordable housing is provided. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say the surge in exemptions is leading to budget shortfalls for local governments.
It's resulting in an enormous amount of foregone property tax revenue for counties like Wake County and some other counties, and it's really expanding to the point where it's becoming a massive problem.
And so all of that tax break benefit goes to the private equity firms that are buying these projects up, as opposed to residents who are living there, and that's what we really want to prevent.
Lawmakers say the bill will move quickly, possibly passing sometime this week.
A proposed development which would reshape Mount Holly's downtown area is now on hold. The mayor made the tie-breaking vote, bringing the project to a halt. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone talked with city leaders and a business that could be affected by where things go from here.
Mount Holly is the home to about 20,000 people. For years now, the city has been trying to make it a destination spot.
A lot of people want to get away from the big city, and that's why they come here.
Mayor David Moore says that's what's attractive about Mount Holly. Leaders were hopeful a park and amphitheater could do just that.
This is a monumental decision for the city of Mount Holly, and we've got to make sure this is right, because once it's done, it's over.
He made the tie-breaking vote last week to pause a project that would develop about 6.5 acres of land in the heart of downtown, known as the Veterans Park Downtown Redevelopment Project.
This is something that has been important to this council, previous city council, and citizens throughout the last 20 years.
City manager Jonathan Blanton says the partnership with Streetlights Residential would bring between 96 and 120 townhomes in addition to the attraction.
We want a park, and then they kind of added the other things. So we wanted to, get more interaction from our citizens and what we thought was going to be best for our community.
The project could change the entire landscape of downtown, including East Central Avenue. In fact, it might even mean places like Papa Sammy's have to move, and this wouldn't be the first time.
We have to get out, unfortunately, because this is our bread and butter.
Sammy Gonzalez, or Papa Sammy, and his wife got their start in Fort Mill back in 2011, but had to move when that property closed. They've been here now for 13 years.
I guess that we had to buy a building.
Gonzalez says he found out about the project about 4 years ago.
They didn't offer much, so we're going to see what what we can do.
While he and his wife weigh their options, the city is doing the same.
We've just got to take our time and make sure we do it right.
The city is still in talks with the developer to find another way forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Caretakers at a facility in Belmont that houses intellectually disabled children and adults are leaning on the community after a transformer exploded and sparked a fire. They tell Queen City News reporter Matt Stell no one was hurt, but the fire did leave behind quite a bit of smoke damage, which has led to several other issues.
The fire crew that was out here told us had our staff not acted as quickly as they did, this would have been a very different story.
And thankfully, that wasn't the case last Friday at the Holy Angels facility in Belmont. Officials say blown transformers along Wilkeson Boulevard led to a small electrical fire inside the facility's Murrow Center, which is home to 20 intellectually disabled residents, including some that are medically fragile.
Our staff had to get them out of bed. They were already asleep, lift them into their wheelchairs, and then get them out of this building.
Fire crews were able to contain the fire to an office, but Holy Angel says the smoke damage to the building is significant.
We have a healthcare center here that has specialized equipment to support those individuals that now is unusable and inaccessible to us.
For the time being, the Murrow Center is closed. Holy Angel says those displaced residents have been moved to other parts of the facility, but they're now depending on the community to help replace items like clothes, toys, and that much-needed medical equipment.
The community support has been incredible already. We have felt every prayer, act of kindness, and offer of support.
In Belmont, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
I think they pretty much trust us right away because as one guy once said, he said, Larry, you don't understand. You're giving me part of your life and you don't even know why I'm incarcerated.
What Larry Cahoon and his wife Patty are more interested in is what these men can become once they're back in society. We'll have that story straight ahead. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
For a lot of people who've been married for more than 50 years, it's time now to spend days with grandkids. But a couple from Randolph County believes their calling is to provide faith to people who need all the help they can get.
As Bob Buckley reports, even though their house may be quiet in these golden years, it's certainly no longer empty.
I've been coming here for about 15 years.
Locked behind this razor wire was the gift Larry and Patty Cahoon
Thank you so much.
didn't realize they needed.
We're in the white car here.
They have no children of their own, no footsteps in the hallway, none of these crayon drawings on their fridge, but the door of their lives didn't stay closed. After more than 30 years of marriage, they began this ministry of sorts.
A friend of mine invited me to come to the prison and feed Christmas dinner, and I said, no thank you. And I was so scared I took two of my buddies with me. In 5 minutes, one of the guys said, God called me to do this.
Larry and Patty heard the call as well and became the bridge between the cage and the community, parents to those who are too often forgotten.
It was odd that youth ministry, if we had kids, we would have done it 20 years. And so for 23 years, we've had 200 kids.
Of course, the people they minister to aren't kids anymore. They've been convicted of crimes.
Mine is drug trafficking.
I had a drug sale.
I'll help you out, brother. All right, thank you, sir.
In Nathan Meyer's case, something that might give you pause.
I shot a repo man.
Their men's night out with Daniel and Jarvis begins simply. Some hot dogs and sweets in a welcoming atmosphere.
Just taking the time to bring us out like today is big. You know, you got the fresh air, the change of scenery, everybody needs that.
A lot of times within this system, we're shut off to normal society.
Over the years, 200 souls who were not born to Larry and Patty still feel they belong because of the Cahoon's steady presence that doesn't flinch at past mistakes and focuses on who they might still become.
We all do things that are wrong, but Christ forgave us and said, I will wipe it clean. These inmates have done things that are wrong and they've paid a penalty. But when they get out, it's hard to get back into society because people aren't forgiving.
But the state's recidivism rate remains stubbornly high. According to the North Carolina Sentencing and Policy Commission, nearly half of inmates are rearrested within 2 years, and more than a third are back in prison within 3.
When I started 15 years ago, it was 86%. Then it was reported to be 64%. If you work with the guys when they get out, it was close to zero. But it took 12 months of working with them to get them established, get a job, get them a financial plan, and everything that we take as everyday life.
The Cahoons believe faith and good deeds are the magic behind their success. They do construction projects for people who otherwise couldn't afford them, then use the moment to ask the key question.
So I go into the family and find out where do they go to church. If they don't, do they know Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior? And I tell them if we don't do that, then all we are is construction workers.
And fundraisers like this one, where some of the men Larry and Patty have been working with for years volunteer, do more than raise money. They help the men socialize in ways they can't on the inside.
It brings you down because once you're incarcerated, you like everybody's forgot about you. I got it.
Sure.
There you go. You done with yours, bud? Hope that more people would follow their lead and start programs similar to this or start their own program.
A moment of normalcy.
That's the best part. You ain't locked up. I mean, you're free.
And their work has led to lifelong relationships.
We've been to some of them's weddings. There was one guy that was, he was in for life, but he was able to get out, and now he helps with street ministry.
Even though the sun may appear to be setting, it won't be long until it rises once again.
Keep the faith.
Faith will take you further than anything else.
That was Bob Buckley reporting. The Cahoons also work with inmates from the women's prison, and they say the key beyond faith is staying with these people as they navigate the outside world that may have become unfamiliar to them over the years. Coming up on 7:50 here, meteorologist Ted Payton standing by with a look at how our day is shaping up. Ted?
Yeah, we are looking at a bit of a slowdown here on Independence Boulevard. Still cloudy out there. Notice a little bit of a shake in our Independence Boulevard camera. We are looking at those winds out of the north at 13 miles per hour. Low 50s temperature-wise, dew points 10 degrees off of the temperature, so fog not a major issue this morning. Gastonia, Rock Hill into Charlotte in the low 50s, mid 50s, Concord into Monroe. Low 40s, Boone and Jefferson, our mountain counties, will be mild this afternoon, getting into the 60s through the peak heating hours of the day. Mid 70s, I-40 corridor, low to mid 70s around Charlotte as we have a nice warm afternoon landing just shy of normal for this time of year. Texas into our deep south, looking at upper 80s, low 90s, 40s on tap from the Dakotas back towards Montana. We'll be in the 60s heading into the west coast, but much cooler conditions out towards the northwest with that area of low pressure pulling in that wet weather through the Midwest. That's going to play into some storm activity up into Illinois. We'll stay dry with that moisture, focusing towards northern Mississippi, Alabama, into Tennessee for flood concerns for your Tuesday. Some storm potential in that yellow shading Tuesday afternoon before that extends further east by Wednesday, impacting parts of the Carolinas. So walking you through it will be sunny and dry for the start of the work week. Cloud cover builds overnight with the rain chances moving in Tuesday morning into the afternoon. Pop-up showers, isolated storms will dry out late in the day Tuesday. We'll do it again on Wednesday. This time late morning, early afternoon again with some pop-up storms through the afternoon and peak heating hours of the day, catching a rumble of thunder towards Asheboro, Southern Pines, Wadesboro, Rockingham, in that green shading, indicating your level 1 out of 5 when it comes to your severe risk heading into the mid portions of the work week. Rain totals will be anywhere from 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch around the Queen City, 3/4 of an inch towards our mountain counties. Not going to be enough to alleviate these drought conditions, but anything we get certainly will be helpful. Lows bottom out in the upper 40s, low 50s tonight, rebounding in the 70s for your midweek into your weekend. Rain chances come back Friday and Saturday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning. And we still have 2 hours left to go, so here's a look at what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Shots fired Saturday night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner sent people into a frenzy of running and hiding until a suspected gunman was arrested. In our next half hour, we'll have a live report from Washington about what we know about the suspect and his manifesto. Are your children in good hands with their school bus driver? For the most part, yes, but the NTSB has a new recommendation to make sure bus drivers haven't been drinking. Chief Transportation Correspondent May Beeler will join us with a look at the technology already being used in Europe and if it could be coming to buses here in the U.S. And thousands of teachers from across North Carolina are planning to rally in Raleigh Friday. They're demanding more support from administrators and higher pay, but leaders in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools aren't waiting on the state. Coming up, a live report on the potential raise that teachers in CMS could see even without a state budget. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Soldiers at Fort Bragg are training for a different era of warfare, learning to take down drones with other drones. About 20 soldiers are training with what's known as the Bumblebee drones. They're learning tactics, timing, and precision to stop enemy drones without firing million-dollar missiles. There are 2 versions of the drones. The first is currently in use, but the Army is now testing the second version, which has multiple cameras plus more sensors and capabilities.
We're not in the silver bullet solution. That's not what we do here, right? We are trying to find low-cost, attritable solutions that can knock anything out.
The price tag is also a bonus. The drones cost a few $1,000s compared to other defense options that can cost hundreds of thousands. It is 7:59 on this Monday morning. Inbound Independence really struggling to get moving. We'll take a look at that, plus any rain in the forecast. That's as we kick off our 8 o'clock hour right now.
City News starts now.
Good Monday morning, everyone. 8 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sidor is off this week.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your Pinpoint weather forecast, and we're in for a nice quiet start to the work week, holding on to sunny skies later this afternoon. Looks a little cloudy out there right now, but we'll be near normal most of the work week.
Okay.
All right. Well, some of the rain we got over the weekend was a little tease, or do we have more to come?
We do have more to come. We are holding on to some of that wet weather moving in Tuesday into Wednesday. Right now, partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies around the Crown. Holding on to some cool conditions, slow down on Independence Boulevard. Here's a look at I-85, moving more at a speed limit pace, even though we have more of those cars out there on the roadways. 53 degrees northeast winds, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Still separated enough from the dew point, so I'm not too concerned about fog for the start of your Monday. We're anywhere from 6 to 8 to 9 degrees cooler than where we were your previous morning. So you might feel a little bit of a difference here looking at those low to mid 50s, Rock Hill into Charlotte, low to mid 40s, Boone and Jefferson. And our day planner brings in lots of sunshine, ramping up into what will be the low 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid 70s on tap as we get into your afternoon. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. I expect us to stay dry before rain chances move in. So first in the form of building cloud cover overnight, dropping down into the low 50s Tuesday morning. Low 70s Tuesday afternoon with a little bit more in the way of that cloud cover. And then a warm front gets us back into the mid 70s, slightly below normal for this time of year. Low 70s on tap this weekend as another round of wet weather moves in Friday into Saturday. I'll break down more of what to expect with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Let's take a look at our 8 o'clock Pinpoint traffic update. Now, I want to start with this graphic because Ted was just talking about how slow traffic was moving on inbound Independence. We do have a small accident. One cleared up half an hour ago. We've got another one right at the ramp. Headed westbound, headed inbound on Independence Boulevard, just north of Sharon Amity Road. But I want you to see, the problem is most people, we always say as an extra route, hop off of Independence, get on Monroe Road or Central Avenue as an alternate. As you can see from this one image, there are 5 accidents, all in one area, and those are all your alternate routes. So all 3 of those ways to get into Uptown from the east side of the city are problematic this morning. There's the headache from the east side of the city, and we're looking at it right here at this camera. That's the Sharon Amity Road overpass. All 3 lanes are backed up, and your alternates also have accidents on them as well. So it's going to take some time. Leave early if you can. That's just the situation that we're sitting in. Here's some drive times this morning. If you're trying to work your way in from Mint Hill, from the east side of the city, it's just going to be slow trying to work your way into Uptown this morning. Overall, it's really congested in that one area. The rest of the interstates, although they are busy, they're not problematic. We don't have major accidents that are causing slowdown, so that's good. Here's just north of Uptown, I-77, at LaSalle Street, both directions, north and south. Looking good this morning, so that's good. Here's drive times coming out from 85's improved, but because of Independence Boulevard being so slow, you're up to almost an hour coming up 74 from Monroe. That's definitely going to be the same for quite a while. Coming down from Lake Norman, that stretch is actually pretty good all the way through Huntersville. Coming up from South Carolina, though, definitely stalling right at Carowinds at the South Carolina state line, so just be aware of that as you're trying to work your way in. We'll give you another update and drive times to the airport around 8:30.
School board members across North Carolina are drafting their budgets without knowing how much funding will be coming from Raleigh.
Local education leaders are set to vote on district spending while teachers prepare to march on the state capitol later this week.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Uptown reviewing some of those proposed changes to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools budget this year. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We know that CMS schools are working, they say, with what they're at a tight budget. Even without knowing what exactly is going to be coming from Raleigh this year, they say spending conservatively is going to be very important. Now, CMS officials say they've already made several cutoffs, looking at some trade-offs, things that they can do to tighten their budget locally. That includes things like reassigning some positions in the central office staff as well. But they say even with those cuts that they have already made, looking to spend conservatively, they are still going to have a bigger ask for it from the county this year. Now, they say they're going to have about $25 million more from the county than what they asked at this time last year. the majority of the CMS school budget, which is right around $2.1 billion as of right now, that goes towards salaries and benefits. CMS leaders are counting on at least a 3% raise from employees from the state, but they're hopeful that the state will provide more resources. North Carolina remains the only state to not pass a budget here for this current fiscal year, and district financial officials say to some extent their hands remain tied.
If we're sitting at the 10th day this coming year and the state there's no indication of a state budget and we're up, I'm going to be really nervous because I will not have a guarantee of funding coming to the district, and I do not have a fund balance to pay for it, and I can't ask the county for it either.
Now, some teachers and education advocates, they are taking their fight past the superintendents, past their school boards, directly to lawmakers in Raleigh. Coming up this Friday, you know that there will be thousands of teachers who are hoping to march on Raleigh, march on the state capitol, encouraging lawmakers to fully invest in public education. Again, CMS board vote, that's scheduled for Tuesday. Mass protest in Raleigh scheduled for Friday. Reporting live in Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you. Federal investigators are learning new details about the accused attacker who tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
He allegedly targeted a ballroom occupied by President Trump, his cabinet, and top U.S. government officials Saturday night, and setting off a frightening security scare in the nation's capital.
Authorities say in writings sent to family members, the 31-year-old suspect expressed political anger and laid out plans to target top administration officials.
News Nation Washington correspondent Margaret Chadbourne was in the room as it all unfolded, joining us live with the very latest. Margaret.
Good morning. President Trump is describing the suspect as sick, troubled, and said he previously expressed anti-Christian views. At the same time, the president is praising the Secret Service for quickly apprehending the gunman and rushing him, the First Lady, and members of his cabinet to safety.
And they said, please go down on the floor.
President Trump, in a CBS 60 Minutes interview, offered his own description of the moments a gunman opened fire just outside the ballroom at Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner.
My thought was, I've been through this before a couple of times. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem.
Investigators say law enforcement arrested 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen after he charged through a security checkpoint, armed with a shotgun, pistol, and multiple knives. Allen, a teacher and engineer, acted alone, according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, after traveling cross-country by train from California to Washington.
We do believe, based upon just a very preliminary start to understanding what happened, that he was targeting members of the administration.
White House officials say minutes before the attack, Cole sent a manifesto to family members where he referred to himself as, quote, a friendly federal assassin, and revealed plans to go after top administration officials, including possibly the president himself.
You had the president, vice president, head of FBI, and all dignitaries. How was he able to get there?
Now questions are being raised about the level of security at the annual dinner, as the shooting marks the third attempt on the president's life since 2024.
Violence is never the answer, whether it's targeted at the right, the left, or the center.
Briefings now expected on Capitol Hill to review security protocol.
Now, Allen will make his first court appearance later today. He's scheduled to be arraigned in Washington and is expected to face multiple criminal charges. President Trump is urging for this dinner to be rescheduled in the coming weeks. Well, that will logistically be hard to do. And at this point, the White House Correspondents Association hasn't confirmed any plans to do so.
All right, Margaret Chadbourne reporting live for us from Washington. Thank you.
The time is now 8:09. Congress is facing a record low approval rating. It's fallen to just 10%, according to a new Gallup poll. Most Americans are losing faith in lawmakers' ability to do their work amid constant gridlock in Washington. At the same time, 86% of Americans disapprove of the job Congress is doing. The midterms will test who voters blame for Congress's poor performance. Republicans hold a slim 5-seat House majority. Democrats need to flip just a few races to win it back. In the Senate, Democrats would need to pick up 4 Republican-held seats while maintaining all of their own.
Mecklenburg County State Representative Carla Cunningham is dropping her affiliation with the Democratic Party, saying that she's now unaffiliated. Cunningham lost her re-election bid in the March primary after 14 years representing District 106. Governor Josh Stein endorsed Reverend Rodney Sadler, who overwhelmingly won the nomination. Cunningham faced Democratic backlash for voting with Republicans to override Stein's veto of immigration legislation. In a statement, Cunningham says though she's been a Democrat all her life, she wants to serve people, not a party, and she will never compromise her constituents' needs to a political agenda.
King Charles and Queen Camilla are coming to the United States to celebrate America's upcoming 250th birthday. The King and Queen are set to arrive in D.C. today, where they will be greeted by the President and First Lady. The President said over the weekend the visit could help repair relations between the U.S. and the U.K. They've been strained lately over issues like trade in Iran. During his visit, King Charles will address Congress ahead of a private meeting at the White House with President Trump.
All right, is your child safe riding the school bus? What are the odds of their bus driver driving buzzed? I'm Nick Buehler. Coming up, what the NTSB is recommending to disable the bus if the driver is impaired. Could it save your child? Ted?
We're looking at rain chances, not for your Monday, but heading into Tuesday. Radar clear as of right now, but we'll change things up as we head into midweek. Some relief from the drought conditions. Do we get enough? I'll detail the amount of rain we get and the location coming up here after a short break. You're watching Queen City News now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Attention parents and caregivers. Is your child safe riding the school bus? What are the odds of their driver driving buzzed? The chances of that happening are low, yet high enough for the National Transportation Safety Board to recommend that all new school buses become equipped with alcohol detection systems. The purpose is to disable the bus if they detect the driver is impaired.
Chief Transportation Correspondent May K. Buehler joining us now. May K., is this necessary?
As parents, what do you think?
Yeah,
Better
hey,
safe than sorry.
I'm all for it.
Yes, most parents say, yeah, if it can save our children,
Yeah.
yes. So a few years ago, a school bus rolled over on a West Virginia highway, forcing one boy to have his leg amputated and seriously injuring 2 other children aboard the bus. So according to police, the driver was drunk. The NTSB discovered that school bus drivers driving impaired, well, it was not an isolated problem. Quote, there's a higher expectation for school bus drivers than many other types of drivers, according to the deputy director of the NTSB's Office of Highway Safety. We expect that the drivers are attentive, not fatigued, not impaired, and are driving as safely as possible, end quote. Now, the NTSB has decided to adopt preventative safety measures already in place in other parts of the world. Alcohol detection systems are used on school buses in parts of Europe. They prevent the driver from starting the vehicle if impaired.
Okay, so how much do these systems cost and who would be paying for it?
So the NTSB didn't make that clear. But according to reports, the kind of ignition lock, interlock device, it's similar to the ones used for people charged with DUIs. They cost about $75 up to $150 to install, plus $100 a month to monitor.
This would be worth it for me anyway.
Yeah.
You know, parents having your kids ride on,
Yes.
you know, with someone that you don't know. You trust the bus driver. Okay, when you look at other influences, driving under the influence,
Right.
prescription drugs, marijuana. I mean,
Yeah.
would this also be able to benefit there?
Apparently not. This is just for alcohol.
Okay.
Because most of the investigations the NTSB has been involved in were alcohol related. And there aren't tests, there are no standards to say how much drugs in your system or marijuana is too much. Whereas we know alcohol can't be above a certain level. Anyway, so not yet for the drugs, but for alcohol, yes.
How hard would it be to actually get this technology installed?
An act of Congress.
Oh, no.
So yeah, they're thinking about passing it, but it's kind of stuck right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know money plays a big part in it, and so if no
Yes.
one knows exactly who would pay for it, it's going
Right.
to keep getting juggled for a long time until someone goes, here's how much it costs, here's how we fund it.
Yes, and Congress has also been considering putting them in new passenger cars, but that is still stuck in rulemaking. So isn't that interesting? A new car, it would be there. That would help a lot because the statistics are very scary regarding how many accidents. 1/3 of about 37,000 traffic deaths each year are alcohol related.
Interesting.
But overall, because there's always been a debate on whether or not school buses should have seatbelts or
Yes.
not, but overall, they're still typically safe.
Yeah, this is
when it comes to
surprising.
stats. Yeah.
Yes, data on school bus safety revealed they are the safest mode of transportation for your kids, safer than walking or riding in a car, according to the National Safety Council. Which I thought, well, that's good to know. I rode the school bus as a kid.
Yeah, me too.
I had a little injury on the bus. I was standing up, but I put my head on top of the seat in front of me. And
Oh,
hit
yeah.
my
Bouncy,
chin.
bouncy.
Bouncy,
Yeah.
bouncy. But I still think, why don't we have seat belts?
Yeah.
I think that's like should be a bare minimum, but you
But
know.
you can't make the kid keep it on and they're going to
Yeah.
take it off.
Yeah.
And for really small school buses, they have to be in place. For the large ones, they don't because there are padded high seats.
Okay. This is all above my pay grade when it comes to the
Yeah,
safety tests
same.
that they
Well,
do, and
We want our
you know,
kids to be
we
safe.
do.
Absolutely.
You're right. You're right.
Safer than walking and driving in your car. So
I know. Yeah, most people say, well, they're safer if they ride with me in my SUV or whatever my
yeah,
car is.
Yeah.
Reports actually say buses are safer. So
I don't know how those drivers drive those huge buses.
I
Bless the school bus drivers.
we're thankful for the bus drivers
Yes,
that we have.
yes,
so.
we are.
All right, May Kay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, 8:18 here. Ted, how is that commute to school looking today?
Yeah, not looking too bad as long as you're not on, well, even Independence Boulevard is starting to clear up. We are looking better, but still some cloud cover sticking around. Northeast winds 15 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 50s, a little cool, so maybe making sure the kids have have their light jackets heading out the door. Might not need it though this afternoon as we warm up heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Low to mid 50s around Charlotte, 40s on tap, Boone and Jefferson for our higher elevation. Highs make a run for the mid 60s for the peak heating hours of the day. 70s for Charlotte into Monroe. We're looking at those mid 70s I-40 corridor. 90s back towards Texas and into the deep south. We have those 40s from the Dakotas into Montana as the cooler air brings in some actual light snow flurries back towards the Pacific Northwest. More of the rain and storm chance through the Midwest into Iowa and parts of Illinois, stretching east towards the Tennessee Valley region heading into your Tuesday. So we could see some flood potential from Arkansas into northern Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee Tuesday afternoon. Storm potential ramps up ahead of an approaching cold front, which will bring some storm activity for the end of your Wednesday into your Carolinas. Sunny skies dominate to start the week. Cloud cover builds overnight. I'm looking at some pockets of heavy rain over Virginia and eastern Kentucky. We get our fair share of that wet weather late Tuesday morning into the afternoon, and then drying out overnight before Wednesday brings another round. Late in the day, late morning Wednesday, spotty in nature. Pop-up storms finish off your afternoon on Wednesday, giving us more of the rumbles of thunder and the potential for severe weather east towards Albemarle, Wadesboro, and Rockingham. We could see that marginal risk for severe weather further east with our rain totals landing at about 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch heading into your early morning hours. Overnight lows are going to be dropping down into the low 50s. We'll have that 7-day forecast bringing in those 70s in active pattern all the way into the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news. Will be back right after this. Jason?
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Mixed futures. We're a little over an hour before markets open at 9:30. Good looking shot of New York City. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange. We'll join her coming up in less than 3 minutes. It is 8:24. Good Monday. Welcome back, everyone. The airline industry is in desperate need of mechanics, and tax refunds this year were bigger than last year. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Monday morning.
Hi, Jason. Happy Monday to you, too. And the futures are just steady here this morning. We've been a little higher. At the moment, we're a little bit lower. We did get a bump up on a report from Axios that Iran has presented a counter proposal. Not sure if it's something the Trump administration would agree to, but talks still apparently ongoing, so we got a little boost there. And we did close at record highs for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ on Friday. Well, iHeartMedia and SiriusXM are in early talks about a potential merger. Bloomberg reports a deal would bring together the nation's top radio station owner with the biggest satellite radio service in a company that could be worth more than $12 billion in combined sales. The discussions come as radio fights to remain relevant among shifting consumer behavior and more on-demand options. And half of single Americans say they're going on fewer dates or choosing less expensive activities because of the cost. BMO says Gen Z adults spend an average of $205 a date, so that is a meaningful share of their income. Now, the cost of dating is just part of the story. Research from Morgan Stanley found the average paying dating app user spend about $19 a month on those apps. Jason?
I mean, you can get 2 DiGiorno pizzas for less than $19 and just watch some TV. Cheap way to have a date.
Absolutely. Watch some Netflix, happy hour. There's lots of ways.
There you go. Exactly
just
right.
Look for 'em.
You got to be a little creative. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll join you coming up at 9:30 after the opening bell. Appreciate that. You're watching Queen City News this Monday morning. Traffic, there we go. A little bit of relief on inbound Independence. That's some good news over the last hour. We'll have more traffic and weather coming up right after this. Here we go. It is almost 8:30 on this Monday. There you go, Annie. Listen, it's okay.
It's a Monday.
It's a Monday, capital M.
We need to start keeping track of this. I'm Annie Satowski. Thank you so much for joining us. Julian Sador is off all week.
Yes, he is. Jason Harper here. Nice to have you with us. Meteorologist Ted Payton talking about the weather coming up. We were just talking about how everyone's kind of getting patio ready, right? Whether it's a restaurant, you know, it's patio season, and I feel like it's short-lived in the Carolinas.
It is.
Like a 3-week window.
Yeah.
You know, where we go from maybe the low 70s and it feels nice to boom, 95 and it's hot outside.
Yeah, like this week is going to be nice and comfortable. 2 weeks from now, it's like,
yeah.
Let's go inside. Can't
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so right now we are going to enjoy a nice cool start. Hey, dew points are separated from the temperatures. We don't have a lot of fog in the atmosphere, just the cloud cover slowly breaking up, making way for sunshine later today. Northeast winds anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour, and those temperatures sit in the low 50s heading out the door. Dew points 43 degrees. We will be looking at a cooler start to your day compared to where we were this time yesterday. I'm talking 8, 9, 10, 11 degrees cooler with those 50s locked in. We'll be in the low 40s, Boone and Jefferson, continuing to hold on to those cool temperatures, ramping up into the 60s lunchtime, 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day, and I'm looking at a mix of sun and clouds, sunshine dominating with those 70s on tap, northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Overall, our lows tonight bottom out in the low 50s. We will be looking at another cool evening as we approach your Tuesday afternoon. We'll be rebounding in the low 70s. Average highs this time of year typically land in the mid 70s. I'm looking at those slightly below normal temperatures with an active pattern this week, giving us the rain chances all the way through your Tuesday and Wednesday, even into the weekend could see another round. So hopefully that brings us a little bit of relief when it comes to your tree pollen. Oak, sweet gum, beech, that's going to be high to medium through most of the week. So you're looking at combating those allergies any way you can as mountain counties bring in the 60s. Storm chances Tuesday and Wednesday, overnight lows in the 40s and 50s, upper 50s finishing off the work week. We'll talk more about your rain chances, location, timing, amounts, all coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Let's get an 8:30 half-hour checkup on our Pinpoint traffic. This shot is courtesy of our NCDOT camera. You're looking southbound at I-77 headed into the Queen City. The traffic on the left-hand side there coming into Uptown. But this is great perspective. You can see the on and off ramps. You can see the express ramps, which are zooming right through the middle of the screen. You got southbound traffic on the left-hand side struggling to get into the Queen City. But all in all, it's working the way that it was designed to. We have a number of incidents still kind of in the eastern part of the city, although things are much better than they were earlier on Independence. I'll show you that here in just a second. But in Uptown, there's the John Belk Freeway coming straight at us, going over I-77, slow traffic trying to work through Uptown. But about 10-15 minutes ago, finally Independence Boulevard is now moving freely. All 3 lanes were completely clogged up around that curve at the top of your screen, but now they're moving. That is good news. So that will improve drive times coming in from the east. Already we were near an hour coming up from Monroe. Now we're at 42 minutes. So much better. Coming down from Lake Norman, still a little stop and go traffic between Mooresville, Cornelius, and Huntersville, but that is to be expected coming down 77. Let's bookend this coming up from the South Carolina state line near Carowinds. A little stop and go traffic, but all in all, here are your drive times. We will wrap up your Pinpoint traffic at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, plus give you drive times to the airport.
Washington, D.C. is still reeling this morning after a shooting at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. Guests took cover at the Washington Hilton as Secret Service agents rushed to get President Trump and some of the country's most high-ranking officials to safety. One officer is also recovering after being shot in a bullet-resistant vest, and a suspect is in custody. Carlos Salcedo has the latest.
Shots fired just outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner, spreading panic as President Trump, the First Lady, and top administration officials gathered with journalists for the annual event being held at the Washington Hilton Hotel. Secret Service agents stormed the stage to shield the president and vice president, while hundreds of guests took cover under tables. Outside the ballroom, surveillance video shows the suspect, 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, attempt to run past a perimeter checkpoint before being stopped by law enforcement. Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche on Meet the Press.
We believe that he was targeting administration officials in this attempted attack.
Officials say a Secret Service officer was shot at close range during a confrontation but survived because of a protective vest. As authorities look into the suspect's background and motive, they say he came armed with multiple weapons. Investigators searched the suspect's Torrance home and recovered writings in his hotel room critical of Trump and his administration. President Trump was asked about the suspect's manifesto Sunday during a 60 Minutes interview.
I read a manifesto. He's radicalized. He was a Christian, a believer, and then he became an anti-Christian, and he had a lot of change. He's been going through a lot based on what he wrote.
There have been at least 2 prior attempts on Mr. Trump's life, leading to criticism of a possible security breach at such a high-profile event.
The system worked. We were safe. President Trump was safe. His Secret Service agents kept him safe.
It's clear to me that in his head, he probably realized he wasn't going to be able to get all the way into the secure ballroom.
Michael Matranga is a former Secret Service agent who has worked events at the Hilton before.
I don't necessarily consider a couple hundred yards or more extremely close to the president or to any of the protectees. It was clear to me that he knew that he was not going to be able to fulfill his mission, which is why he chose, the desperate attempt of trying to run past the checkpoints.
That was Carla Socito reporting. The 31-year-old shooting suspect is expected to appear in court for the first time later on today. Meantime, President Trump says plans are in the works to reschedule that event for next month. The brother of the shooting suspect reportedly received that manifesto that we've been talking about to police in Connecticut. Officials with the New London Police Department say Allen's brother came to them before 11 o'clock Saturday night after hearing about the shooting earlier in the evening. Police then contacted federal law enforcement. Neighbors living nearby Allen's brother's apartment say hearing the incident's ties to Connecticut is a little surreal.
It's honestly crazy, small world. You always think like nothing, like you could be invincible or something, but it really can. Like things can happen to you, even like with all like the school shootings, and it's kind of scary.
New London police say they have since turned over their investigation to federal partners.
8:36 right now. A Catholic church in Charlotte is growing so quickly that its leaders are now planning a new facility more than double the size. Queen City News reporter David Schumann visited Our Lady of Guadalupe, where thousands of people attend Mass every weekend.
The main room is full to capacity. The hallways are shoulder to shoulder. People even stand outside for this noon Mass. Par for the course at Our Lady of Guadalupe in Charlotte.
We average 50 baptisms a month.
The church easily clears 6,000 parishioners every weekend, making it the second most attended among the Catholic Diocese of Charlotte's 93 churches. It's also the largest predominantly Hispanic parish in the diocese.
To come praise the Lord and just be here as a community.
Jose Clemente was baptized here, as were all his siblings, and he comes every Sunday.
This place is for the community to come and gather, especially the Hispanic community. We accept all and any people, you know what I mean? This church, that's why it's grew over the years, just because it's so welcoming.
You could feel the spirit coming here.
At least half of the Catholics living in the diocese are Hispanic, according to a spokesperson.
The priests know Spanish. The church, it feels Latino for them.
I was raised with religion since I was little, coming to Mass every Sunday and stuff. And it's important to me because I feel like it makes me better as a person.
And for anyone at Our Lady of Guadalupe tired of standing room only, the diocese is planning and fundraising for a new church that'll seat 1,500 people, more than double the current capacity.
Absolutely necessary. We're growing and steadily growing, and we anticipate even more growth in the years to come.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
A man is facing charges following a month-long investigation into an alleged scam yesterday. CMPD arrested Christopher Murray at Charlotte Douglas International. The State Bureau of Investigation and Jones County Sheriff's Office investigated the scam that targeted a family. Authorities say that Murray would contact the victims, falsely claiming their bank account had been compromised, and demand money to fix the problem. Murray is now facing several charges, including felony conspiracy and impersonating a law enforcement officer. He posted bail on $7,500 bond. His next court date is set for May 15th.
The Charlotte region is drying out fast. Duke Energy says this is the driest 6-month stretch that we've seen since 1971, and it's not just a local problem. Nearly 40% of the Carolinas outside Charlotte are now under extreme drought conditions. Despite low water levels, boaters are taking their chances and trying to get out on our local lakes. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks shows us how conditions are causing more problems on the water, but also keeping towing crews very busy.
That dark line shows just how low water levels have receded on Lake Wylie during the Carolinas' extreme drought. Towboat US says he's been busier than usual, saving boats as water levels get too low.
We've had a huge influx of groundings and low water related incidents here on the lakes as the water's been low.
Drought conditions are worsening across the Charlotte metro area, with nearly half of the Carolinas now classified as being in severe or extreme drought status. Weather experts say Charlotte is running 15 to 17 inches below normal rainfall since August.
We've seen some debris popping up in places where we've never seen it before, just because the water is so low. We've lots of trees and stumps.
This post was shared in a Lake Wylie boating group on Facebook, showing how low levels were exposing rocks underneath the water. That was April 15th. This picture shows water levels sometime this week exposing land. Logan Thomas with Towboat US says now water levels are even lower and boaters can never tell how bad they're stuck.
I think the word is just now starting to get out that the conditions are low.
Thomas says the towboats have everything needed to rescue any boat, but the time it takes to free a boat varies.
It requires some different kind of equipment depending on what it is. So some locations we're able to drag them off with this boat. Some require some different kind of equipment, some inflatable lift bags, salvage equipment.
Towboat US has 4 boats running across the lakes 24 hours a day. He encourages boaters to call them in distress.
If you find yourself in this situation, call us, call for help. Don't, because it can change really quickly when you're out there, but we are here 24 hours a day.
Thomas says if you are going to be on the water, just make sure you're knowledgeable about the water channels on the lake. For now, reporting on Lake Wylie, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
The Dente wins in Dega. Yep, the new NASCAR Cup Series winner after a wild night at the world's fastest oval. That's coming up. You're watching Queen City News on this Monday morning. We thank you for that. We'll be right back. A hurricane came to Talladega and left with a win.
Plus, the NBA's top rookie will be announced later today. Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has those stories in your morning sports.
A hurricane made its way through Talladega on Sunday. Another first-time winner in the Cup Series gets it done at a super speedway. Heading on down to the biggest and baddest track in all of NASCAR, Talladega Super Speedway. Tyler Reddick on the pole after a win last week in Kansas. Also signed an extension with 23XI Racing prior to the race. Ryan Preece won a hectic stage 1 with the first round of pit stops, resulting in several penalties for some contending drivers. So Preece finished in the top spot. Ford collected 8 of the top 10 spots in the opening stage. Chaos incoming right in the opening portion of stage 2. 10-minute red flag stoppage came after Bubba Wallace goes towards the wall and collides with Ross Chastain, ensuing a huge multi-car wreck. A chain reaction. Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano had to retire after that, but Chastain finishes on top at the end of stage 2 anyway. There were 16 different leaders and 51 lead changes throughout. But by the end, Carson Hocevar of his number 77 Spire Motorsports Chevy finished on top and wins at Dega for his first ever Cup Series win, taking his first ever victory lap after beating out Chris Buescher by 0.114 seconds. There have now been 55 different winners at Dega, and this marks the second time in the last 3 races a driver has earned his first career victory. All right, we've been talking about it for a while now, and finally, it's here. As the NBA season is coming to a conclusion, that means it's time for awards. The NBA Rookie of the Year winner will be announced on Monday, April 27th. The 3 finalists are VJ Edgecombe with the Sixers, Cooper Flagg from the Mavs, and Charlotte's Con Knippel. Knippel ranked amongst the top rookies all season, averaging 18.5 points, leading the league in 3-pointers made, and he was also awarded Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month honors in 4 out of 5 months during the 2025-2026 season. Jeff Peterson happy with how and all the Hornets rookies played this season.
I can't tell you how proud I am of our rookies. All 4 of them contributed this year at some point. Of course, they all have different skill sets and strengths and paths and things like that. But first and foremost, just who they are as humans, their approach. They are professional. They show up every day, wanting to work, wanting to learn, wanting to be coached. They're self-motivated. So I have no doubt in my mind that they will continue to get better. And that just makes it easier, again, whoever we draft this year, they get to look at those 4 rookies as an example.
Here's a look at some of the numbers for the Rookie of the Year race. Con averaged 18.5 points per game with 5 rebounds a night. He dished out 3 assists and shot it to the tune of a 0.5% field goal percentage. Cooper Flagg averaged more points on the Mavericks at 21 a game, but the Mavs were pretty bad this year. He grabbed 6 rebounds a game and dished out 4.5 assists per game. He also shot it at a high clip at 46.8% for the season. It is truly a coin flip right now for the trophy, and we will wait. The winner will be announced at 7 p.m. tonight, and we'll have the full breakdown on CSL at 11.
All right, to the pitch now, where Charlotte FC fell to Eastern Conference leader Nashville SC 4-2 in Nashville Saturday. Nashville just too much straight from the get-go. They hopped out to a 2-0 start within the first 30 minutes. The Crown's defender, Morrison Agyemang, cut the lead in half with a header in the 42nd minute. It was Morrison's second goal in as many matches. Midfielder Pep Biel scored Charlotte's second goal in the 68th minute, but the lack of defense from the Crown was enough for Nashville to put this one away.
We hung in there, which is credit to the players, but we can't give goals away as bad as we did. So disappointed with the manner of the goals that were given up. Credit to the players that they hung in there after that whirlwind first 30 minutes where they looked fresher than us, they looked physically stronger than us. But we can't keep conceding 4 goals on the road and expect to get results.
Now that match wrapped up a 3-match road stint. The team has the round of 16 U.S. Open Cup matchup against Atlanta right here at the Met County Sportsplex tomorrow. Then they'll get back on the road to play New England FC at Gillette Stadium Saturday, May 2nd. And then all that travel awards them a 6-game homestand. That gets underway with Cincinnati FC on May 9th.
It is almost 8:49, Ted, for all those kid sports that are out there playing through the weekend. I'm sure they're enjoying when we get a little bit of rain, 70-degree, kind of day.
Yeah, definitely enjoying the much cooler temperatures. When we were in the upper 80s, this is a little rough to play in. Now we're looking at a nice cool 53 degrees to start your morning. 15-mile-per-hour winds out of the northeast, dew points in the low 40s, so not terribly muggy, and we will be looking at those nice, comfortable conditions through the afternoon. So mid-50s for Charlotte into Monroe, Concord, low 50s, I-40 corridor with low 40s on tap in our mountain counties. We'll be mild in the higher elevations, getting into the mid-60s today, low to mid-70s around the Queen City. Charlotte pulling in what will be those nice, comfortable conditions, 80s to even low 90s. Jackson, Mississippi, New Orleans in the upper 80s, continuing to have that low pressure system ramp up the rain chances through Iowa. Coming out of Omaha, Nebraska, we'll stay mostly dry here for our Gulf states into the Carolinas before pulling in more of that moisture towards the Tennessee Valley region. That gives us the potential for some flooding from Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and Alabama, heading into western Tennessee and Nashville. Echoing further east, though, as we head into your Tuesday, we have the potential for that storm activity through Tennessee before we get the pop-up storms midweek. So with the sunny skies today, we'll stay mostly dry. Cloud cover builds overnight as that rain approaches from the Tennessee border. Tuesday morning into the afternoon, we'll bring our first round of wet weather here for the work week before we dry out late Tuesday evening. Wednesday, we set it up and do it again. More of the showers north towards the I-40 corridor. Late morning into the afternoon brings in the spotty rain. Could see pockets of isolated storms develop here through the afternoon, and some of those storms could pack a punch in the form of damaging winds with your marginal risk for severe weather. Albemarle, Wadesboro into Rockingham east of I-77. Half an inch of rain possible towards the end of the week. I'm looking at overnight lows settling into the low 50s, upper 40s, heading into your early morning hours. 7-day forecast keeps 70s coming through midweek with those overnight lows in the 40s and 50s. Scattered rain chances and pop-up showers coming from the midweek into the start of the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Here we go. Hang on to that cup of coffee. Don't drink that first thing in the morning. It might not be the best thing to wake you up every morning. Cleveland Clinic researchers are releasing a new report that says drinking a glass of water is actually the best way to start your day. Doctors say that it can help boost your metabolism, improve digestion, and help perk you up. Then have your cup or cups of coffee. They say what matters most is to stay hydrated.
And then when you have your coffee, you dehydrate.
Yeah.
This is true.
Right,
this is
right
true.
away.
My water is in the bottom of my coffee, so I got to get through my coffee to get to the bottom layer of water. Yeah, I've heard this for years. I've tried it, been doing it. I take a lot of vitamins as well, but I try to drink water, and you can do warm or cold. There's a million.
Yeah.
There's a million different things with lemon, all these things to get the digestive system going. But yeah, drink a glass of water.
I'm sure you do.
Do what?
I have a whole protocol.
We know we don't have time to go through it. But we know you do.
Like 30 pages with a table of contents?
No, just one PDF.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Just one page.
Yeah.
But like electrolytes, for example, you can get electrolytes with potassium, magnesium. That's all helpful. A little bit of sodium. Put that in your water. That actually helps with the water retention. And also, I take some creatine and a little bit of lemon in that. 0 calorie. You chug it in the morning. 8 to 16 ounces. It's the inner bath that helps you.
The inner bath.
All right. Write that down. We'll give it a try. I'm not going to do the fasting part of it.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
I'm not.
But start your day with that.
Start with water.
Game changer.
Hydrate before you do anything.
That's right.
I like that. All right. Sounds good. Listen, coming up on our final hour of Queen City News on this Monday. A little cloudy, a little breezy out there. Nice day on tap. We'll be back right after this.
All right, if you paid the IRS penalties or interest during the pandemic and beyond, you could be getting that money back. A recent federal court ruling found the IRS didn't fully comply with a law requiring extended deadlines during a disaster period. That period in question ran from January 2020 to July 2023. The ruling found the agency didn't have the authority to impose any charges during that window. So if you did pay any penalties or interest during that time, in most cases, you have about 3 years from when a return was filed or 2 years from when a tax was paid whichever is later, to request a credit or refund. You will need to file IRS Form 843. That can be found on the agency's website. Well, heads up here, thousands of pairs of electronically heated socks sold at Costco are being recalled because of potential burn injuries. The CPSC says that when the battery-generated heated socks are worn during high-intensity activities, excessive friction, foot moisture, and pressure can combine with the heat to create a potential burn risk. According to the agency, the socks were sold through Costco stores in medium, large, and extra large sizes, all in the color black. 32 degrees heat appears on that packaging. All right, coming up on 9 o'clock, our last hour of Queen City News Now is straight ahead.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Monday morning, everyone. 9 o'clock. Welcome into the final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador is off this week.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your Pinpoint weather forecast. And what's not going to be off this week? Rain chances.
Nope.
Oh, come on.
Punch in. Punch in.
We need them.
Work a little overtime because we need to take this train back as we have those drought conditions still locked in around the Carolinas. As of right now, taking a look over Charlotte Motor Speedway, some of the cloud cover stubbornly sticking around to start your morning. We are looking at a nice cool morning as those 50s have taken hold around the Queen City. So we start off with those low 50s. We'll be ramping up into the 70s later on this afternoon. Northeast winds 9 miles per hour. We're cooler by anywhere from 9 to 10 to 11 degrees compared to where we were this time yesterday. That's giving us mid 50s around Charlotte, low 40s Boone, mid 40s for Jefferson. 60s take hold coming into your mid portions of the work week through midday, and then highs landing in the low to mid 70s for the peak heating hours. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Mix of sun and clouds expected today with a cool evening on the way. Cloud cover builds will be nice and cool to start before rain chances settle in just in time for your Tuesday. We hold on to 70s for most of the work week with that active pattern taking hold. I'll break down our setup here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders are set to vote this week on a more than $2 billion district budget.
Local education officials say they are missing critical information for their spending plans as lawmakers in Raleigh are nearly a year behind on creating a state budget.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell has a look at the latest proposal. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We know that the majority, about 55% of CMS's budget comes directly from the state. So that impasse in Raleigh that, as Andy mentioned, been going on close to 10 months now, that's really been creating some concern, specifically around if current proposed cuts are going to be adequate. For example, CMS Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill had announced that the team has found about $6 million or so in savings, primarily through reassigning staffing at the central office, and they say doing a few other staffing changes. They also, in their new proposal, suggest increasing the cost of school lunches by 10%, or 10 cents rather. So financial leaders say they can't predict the impact that these changes would have without that guaranteed funding from Raleigh. District officials are working off projections to estimate funding for 3 to 5% teacher raises. Other expenses, like about $33 million for facility upgrades, that would have to go through the county. The current draft asks for nearly $700 million from Mecklenburg County, and Dr. Hill says they're already strained compared to neighboring boards.
Reality is, it costs more to live in Charlotte than it does those places. So we have to increase pay for teachers, but locally we have to be competitive than others around us. If not, they're gonna, even if they stay in the state, they will leave Charlotte-Mecklenburg to go to Union.
So this vote is scheduled to school board approval this coming Tuesday, but this Friday, teachers across the state bypassing their superintendents, their school boards, taking their funding concerns directly to Raleigh. You know, on Friday, May 1st, there's going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of teachers demanding that lawmakers adequately fund public education. Reporting live in Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. New this morning, the North Carolina House Oversight Committee says it is looking into the death of a 6-year-old girl in Charlotte. Both CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services are named in the documents. 3 suspects were charged with murder in the December death of that 6-year-old. Taryn and Tony McKnight, as well as Susan Robinson, are all charged with murder as well as felony child abuse. Police arrived to that home on Gwynn Hill Road back in December and found the child in poor living conditions, not breathing. That child later died at the hospital. The investigation out of Raleigh will look into whether CMPD and the Mecklenburg County DSS, quote, appropriately investigated repeat reports of violence or abuse in that household that facilitated her death. We'll bring you the very latest on this investigation as we learn more. The suspect who President Trump says tried to shoot people at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is set to face charges this morning. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen will be arraigned on federal charges, including assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Authorities say he stormed the lobby of the event and ran past barricades with a shotgun, handgun, and knives. Shots were fired and one officer was hit in their bulletproof vest. The suspect was arrested and taken to the hospital. Sources say he wrote a manifesto to his family saying he planned to target members of the Trump administration. No members of the administration were hurt, though. We'll have more details on the shooting throughout the rest of the morning.
Preparing for mass teacher absences. On Friday, educators all across North Carolina plan to descend upon the state capitol to demand higher pay. That will mean a lot of empty classrooms. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the area's largest district is the latest to cancel class ahead of the protest.
Trust that we didn't make this decision lightly.
CMS's Board of Education voting unanimously Friday to cancel classes and make next Friday, May 1st, a teacher workday for the district, as many are expected to be out.
There are currently staffing challenges for May 1st, 2026, including increased staff absences without substitutes to currently fill those assignments.
The reason, a planned march and rally at the state capitol and General Assembly in Raleigh. The state's largest teacher union, the North Carolina Association of Educators, arguing public schools in the state have gone underfunded for far too long.
You could walk into any school right now and with a notebook and fill it up with what the problems are. I mean, I think primary among them is the fact that it is difficult. We have 6,700 teaching vacancies across the state right now.
Brian Proffitt with the NCAE arguing it's essential for his membership to call out low funding that has forced schools to cut programs, staffing, and even close in some cases.
Advocacy for our profession and advocacy for our students is part of our job description. It is part of what we are evaluated on, right? And so we're not taking the day off. We're taking the day to go do our job in Raleigh.
Leadership with CMS says despite one less day of classroom instruction, they remain on track to meet and in fact exceed state-required instructional time. No makeup days will be needed. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Kannapolis City Schools, they're also adjusting their district calendar, giving teachers an optional work day on the 1st. Other districts like Asheville City Schools and districts in central and eastern North Carolina are making those changes as well.
Lawmakers in Raleigh are working to close a property tax loophole they say developers are exploiting. Some city leaders say it's costing them millions of dollars. That loophole allows developers to avoid paying property taxes by partnering with an affordable housing nonprofit. Right now, developers can qualify for exemptions even if the nonprofit owns just 1% of the project. A new proposal would now tighten the rules involving those who qualify and link tax breaks to how much affordable housing is provided. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say the surge in exemptions is leading to budget shortfalls for local governments.
It's resulting in an enormous amount of foregone property tax revenue for counties like Wake County and some other counties. And it's really expanding to the point where it's becoming a massive problem.
And so all of that tax break benefit goes to the private equity
firms that are buying these projects up, as opposed to residents who are living there. And that's what we really want to prevent.
Lawmakers say the bill will move quickly, possibly passing sometime this week. Almost 9:09 here. Let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Nothing really on radar, Ted, but that's going to change tomorrow and Wednesday.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a transition heading into Tuesday and Wednesday, ushering in more rain chances, isolated storms as well. We have that low pressure system tracking east of Nebraska into Iowa, pulling in some of the pockets of heavy rain leaking towards Illinois. That warm front makes it further north through the Ohio Valley region. Could see some flood potentials from Indianapolis down through Nashville and Memphis. St. Louis could even get some storms in that red shading, which can pack a punch heading up towards Chicago. So we'll keep an eye on the Midwest for the impacts of severe weather, staying dry, but notice a bit of a transition if you've been watching all morning long. This area of brown indicating the lack of moisture, slowly transitioning into some of the gray, the white, infiltrating the Carolinas as we get more of that moisture in the atmosphere, setting the stage up for what will be your rain chances heading into Tuesday and Wednesday. So drought conditions continue. Level 3 and level 4 out of 5 in the orange, the severe drought, the red, the extreme drought. Radar quiet this morning, not seeing any activity that will impact your morning commute, but the next 7 days we'll look at more of an active pattern. Tuesday into Wednesday, 40 to 80% chance of showers and storms, 20 to 30% Friday heading into your Saturday. I'll break down more of your overall setup with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. For now, let's get you out there on the roadways. One last check of traffic. Jason.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Let's go ahead and wrap up Pinpoint traffic for the day. Here is a look at I-77 north and south near Clanton Road. Just south of Uptown, the traffic on the left-hand side coming at us is coming up I-77, trying to work its way into Uptown. Recovering from an earlier accident down closer to 485, but at least it's moving. Overall, things are certainly improving. You can see on 77 there coming in and out of Charlotte, a little bit slow with the yellow and the red there, but overall, things are moving much better around the Crown. Coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill, you guys are all in good shape. Independence Boulevard now recovering from an accident from about an hour and a half ago. Drive times coming down from Concord, up from Albemarle and Monroe. You guys are all in good shape. If you're headed to the airport, now is a good time to go. Just don't forget, with it being Distracted Driving Awareness Month, put the phone down till you're getting to wherever you're going. It's not worth it. We want you to arrive there safely. May-Kay, what's coming up?
A routine landing and runway crossing ended up overlapping with tragic results. I'm May-Kay Beeler. Coming up, the NTSB's early report is out. I'll break down what investigators say contributed to last month's deadly runway collision at LaGuardia. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. There's new information from the National Transportation Safety Board disclosing what led to last month's deadly LaGuardia runway collision between an Air Canada regional jet and a fire truck.
Investigators just released their preliminary report detailing how a routine landing and runway crossing ended in tragedy. The collision killed 2 pilots and sent 40 others to the hospital.
That crash happened after an air traffic controller cleared a fire truck to cross a runway where the Air Canada jet had already been cleared to land. As the plane touched down, decelerating in its landing roll, it had to slam on the brakes, or at least try to avoid that fire truck, but the two collided.
Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Maykay Beeler joining us now with the key takeaways from that report. Maykay?
Yes, I want to be clear. This is not to blame anybody. It's not to point fingers. Just a very early report. The NTSB has not yet determined a probable cause. So details still being analyzed. Conclusions may change over time as more information becomes available. The final report, that's not going to be due out for another 18 months. And it will shift from what happened that we're going to discuss here to why it happened, and recommendations will be made regarding how to prevent this from happening again. So here we go. Here's what investigators report so far. Factors contributing to the accident are many. A high workload environment. 2 air traffic controllers were managing both arriving aircraft and a ground emergency. There were communication issues between controllers and the drivers of the fire station and ground vehicles. This included blocked transmissions and delayed understanding of instructions. There were limitations in airport surveillance and runway surface detection systems due to ground vehicles not being equipped with transponders. This played a critical role. There were safety systems that did work as designed, but they just weren't enough.
All right, so what was the ground emergency that ATC was kind of trying to manage at the same time?
So before Air Canada touched down, there had been a United Airlines regional jet that aborted takeoff twice because there was an odd smell in the plane. So they thought, okay, let's park over here on the other side of the airport. Let's get fire and rescue to help us evacuate and determine what the smell is. That was the emergency they were dealing with. In the meantime, they've got to deal with this airplane that's landing and the fire engines wanting to cross the runway.
At large airports like LaGuardia, even Charlotte, there are systems in place to keep that cross traffic from happening. Runway entrance lights, surveillance, ground systems. What did this report find?
Right, so several things. The ASDEX is a special system, and it's in the cab up in the tower where controllers can see a display that tracks aircraft and vehicles on the ground, but it didn't have the critical components to be effective. There were 7 fire trucks and vehicles, not 2, as we initially thought. They didn't have transponders, and that would have helped identify their position, the number of vehicles. They could have alerted the controllers. And the NTSB reported the Port Authority didn't pay for that equipment in the vehicles, and that could have prevented this accident because they didn't know they were there. Plus, it was rainy that night. It's in the dark, and looking outside, it was kind of hard to see. So because this system didn't really work, controllers just saw 2 blobs out there on the runway. They didn't see there were 7 vehicles, 2 blobs on the primary radar. And when it came to a communication breakdown, the controller cleared the airplane to land, didn't see where the vehicles were, there was a misunderstanding, cleared them to cross. When the controller realized there was a mistake, said, truck 1, stop, stop, stop. But that truck wasn't sure who they were talking to. It was just a miscommunication. Another system, there are runway end lights. So before you go on an active runway, if there's a plane on the runway, it'll give you red lights. Do not enter this runway. The red lights worked, but then they immediately changed to green, so the truck crossed.
Wow.
Maykay, I got a quick question. You may not know the answer to this, but I just started thinking about this. You said the Port Authority did not pay for the extra equipment. Is it not FAA standard nationwide? You have to have this. I mean, why can each airport go, we're going to save money and we're going to cut costs elsewhere? I would think there's a standard that has to be met.
You would think. But I mean, only recently have all planes needed to, we have transponders in all our airplanes.
Right.
But not all vehicles do. I guarantee you at some point there will be a law. Right? It's the
Yeah.
tombstone mentality. God help us.
Yeah.
Something bad has to happen before laws change. Something else to talk about
Yeah.
is the pilots save the passengers. Because what are you going to do? You're rolling out, they're going 100 miles an hour. The truck is going 30 miles an hour. The first officer was flying. This is typical. We trade first officer, captain, they trade legs. And the captain immediately, I've got the flight controls, took over, slammed on the brakes, reversed the engines, and saw that they were going to hit the fire truck. Now you've got water in the truck and you've got the cab where the drivers are. The plane swerved slightly to avoid hitting the driver.
Oh, to
and
go
hit
for
the
the tank
water,
area.
hit the
Yeah,
tank.
yeah.
You can see the water spread.
Yeah.
They survived. And they didn't swerve more to where the wing would have hit, hurting passengers.
Wow.
So they went straight on. They took the full brunt, sacrificing their lives.
Terrific when you think about it.
Yeah.
All right, May-Kay, thank you for that update.
You're welcome.
9:20 right now. Let's get over to Ted. Ted, what do we need to know today and through the week?
Yeah, we start off dry. Some sunshine will be breaking through the clouds later on today. Northeast winds 9 miles per hour. A relatively cool start this morning. 54 degrees heading out the door. We'll be ramping up into what will be the mid-70s. Peak heating hours of the day. Here's your mid-50s. Rock Hill, Lancaster, Monroe. Low to mid-50s I-40 corridor. Low to mid-40s Boone and Jefferson. Holding on to highs landing in the 60s as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Low to mid-70s. Around Charlotte, we hold on to a nice warm afternoon, near normal for this time of year. As a matter of fact, landing just shy of normal with those upper 40s for the Dakotas. Bozeman, Montana, we'll have 80s to 90s over parts of the deep south, and we'll hold on to those mild conditions here and the warm temperatures for the Carolinas. Low pressure system heads into Iowa and the Midwest, pulling in the rain and storm chances. That potential pushes through Illinois while we stay mostly dry from the Carolinas back towards Kentucky and Tennessee. More of the flood potential moves in Tuesday for the areas highlighted in green from Arkansas, northern Mississippi, Alabama. Nashville could also see the storm potential in that yellow, with a few storms giving us the rumbles of thunder before impacting the Carolinas heading into Wednesday. So walking you through the next few days, we'll have sunshine dominate for the most part before cloud cover builds this evening. We'll usher in the rain and storm chances Tuesday, late morning, early afternoon, clearing up overnight, but then coming back again late morning, early afternoon on Wednesday. Spotty storm activity through the peak heating hours of the day, with again a marginal risk for severe weather east of Charlotte, level 1 out of 5 for the areas over Rockingham heading into Wednesday afternoon. 7-day forecast keeps us under an active pattern at 70s. Finish off the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is 9:25. Welcome back, everyone. Airlines worldwide have begun canceling flights as the war in the Middle East now strains jet fuel supplies and pushes up prices. But the disruption doesn't end there.
As the problems increase, more people are getting ready for summer travel. While fuel prices are leading airlines to cut flight routes, experts say they just aren't happening. Last minute, most flights currently impacted are short-haul flights into Europe, but that could start impacting American trips as well.
Experts say that it's important to know the rules for the airline. Companies typically offer either a refund or a rebooking on the next available flight in these cases. The exact rules vary by country, but refunds and rebookings are the baseline options. Here in the U.S., for example, if your flight's canceled and you choose not to travel, the airline must refund you regardless of the reason. Passenger rights vary widely by region. The U.S., Canada, the European Union, the U.K., Turkey, and Brazil all have different passenger rights. Europe has some of the strongest protections, including compensation in certain cases.
They apply to any flight departing from an EU airport, regardless of the airline.
Travel experts recommend passengers book early and use fare tracking sites to lock in better prices, especially as problems along the main trading route for oil remains the center of Middle East tensions.
It takes about 7 weeks for a barrel of oil to get from the wellhead to the tank at the airport. About 10% of every barrel is jet fuel.
Experts suggest preparing for possible flight disruptions. They say you need to book flights earlier in the day to have more options if your flight gets canceled. They also recommend travelers consider nearby airports for some backup options and to stay alert with their airline's notifications.
It is 9:27 right now. You are looking live at New York City over the water there. Beautiful looking shot. Looking great. We're going to take a look at futures coming up. It's been a mixed bag all morning long. The opening bell is in less than 3 minutes. We will join Jane King live at the Stock Exchange right after this break.
All right, 9:30 here. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Monday, everyone. Julian is off all week. Ted says another pretty nice stretch ahead. Even more chance of rain this week.
Yeah, the chance of rain. I mean, we need the rainfall, so that's the good news. Some of the spotty showers and storms that come could be pretty short-lived, so I don't think it's going to necessarily get us out of our drought conditions. But hey, Saturday we had the rain. We're looking at a couple more chances. Again, heading in the right direction here, and we start off the week with a nice dry start with cloudy skies, making way for some sunshine as we start off relatively cool, and then we'll be warming up into the 70s through the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, looking at mid-50s northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. So the wind's easing up a little bit. Dew point still in the low 40s. Compared to yesterday, we are cooler by 9 to 10 to even 11 degrees, which is what's giving us those mid-50s around the Queen City. Low to mid-40s, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at our day planner helping us get into the 60s come lunchtime. Highs aim for what will be the mid-70s. Peak heating hours of the day, 60s on tap this evening before overnight lows get cool yet again heading into Tuesday. So a high of 74, mix of sun and clouds, northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour to start your work week. 50s settle in overnight as cloud cover builds, moisture increases, and we'll usher in the rain chances heading into the second day of the work week. Low 70s on tap. When it comes to our normal highs or our average highs this time of year, we typically hit the mid-70s. We'll be at or below that through most of the work week with our pollen count still very high. Oak, sweet gum, beech pollen is going to be the main culprits behind those flaring allergies. Maybe getting a little bit of relief on Thursday. Mountain counties holds on to the 60s with the storm activity ramping up Tuesday and Wednesday. Overnight lows in the 40s. Will be cooler in the upper 50s Thursday and Friday to finish off the work week. I'll break down more of those rain chances with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. The cost of dating is apparently keeping some single Americans off the market.
And markets eye the latest in Iran this morning.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange for us with those stories as well as today's opening numbers. Jane, the week of trading starting off with, again, more news from Iran.
Right, it's been really interesting to watch the markets. We're only 2 minutes into the trading day. We started down 80, now we're up by 60. But Axios is reporting that Iran has presented a counter proposal, which includes opening the Strait of Hormuz, but nothing about stopping their nuclear program. So it's unclear if that will even get a second look from the Trump administration. We've also got a big week of earnings coming up. We've got some huge tech companies, Meta and Apple and Amazon and Microsoft all reporting midweek this week.
Yeah, busy week ahead, Jane. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis says he's now going to be dropping the block of Kevin Warsh, that nomination for Federal Reserve Chair.
Right, so he had been blocking it, but now Tillis says that he will support Warsh, that the Justice Department has dropped the investigation into the current Fed Chair, Jerome Powell. The Senate Banking Committee set to vote on Warsh Wednesday. He is expected to get through that committee meeting and be confirmed, but we'll find out for sure in the coming days.
All right, Jane, this one is also interesting, too. Some young Americans say they're scaling back on dating due to how much it costs.
Right, half of single Americans say they're going on fewer dates or they're choosing less expensive activities because of the cost. BMO says Gen Z adults spend an average of $205 per date, so that's a meaningful share of their income. Now, the cost of dating is just part of the story. Research from Morgan Stanley found the average paying dating app user spends about $19 a month on dating apps.
Well, there you have it, Jane. All right, thank you very much. Okay. Have a fantastic Monday. We'll catch up with you early tomorrow.
You too.
Federal investigators are learning some new details about the accused attacker who tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Targeting a ballroom filled with President Trump, his cabinet, and top U.S. government officials Saturday night, and setting off a frightening security scare in the nation's capital.
Authorities say in writings sent to family members, the 31-year-old suspect expressed political anger and also laid out plans to target top administration officials.
News Nation's Washington correspondent Margaret Chadbourne was in the room as it all unfolded, joining us now this morning live with the latest.
President Trump described the suspect as sick, troubled, and previously expressed anti-Christian views. At the same time, he is praising the Secret Service for quickly apprehending the gunman and rushing him, the First Lady, and his cabinet quickly to safety.
And they said, please go down on the floor.
President Trump, in a CBS 60 Minutes interview, offered his own description of the moments a gunman opened fire just outside the ballroom at Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner.
My thought was, I've been through this before a couple of times. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem.
Investigators say law enforcement arrested 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen after he charged through a security checkpoint, armed with a shotgun, pistol, and multiple knives. Allen, a teacher and engineer, acted alone, according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, after traveling cross-country by train from California to Washington.
We do believe, based upon just a very preliminary start to understanding what happened, that he was targeting members of the administration.
White House officials say minutes before the attack, Cole sent a manifesto to family members where he referred to himself as, quote, a friendly federal assassin, and revealed plans to go after top administration officials, including possibly the president himself.
You had the president, vice president, head of FBI, and all dignitaries. How was he able to get there?
Now questions are being raised about the level of security at the annual dinner, as the shooting marks the third attempt on the president's life since 2024.
Violence is never the answer, whether it's targeted at the right, the left, or the center.
Briefings now expected on Capitol Hill to review security protocol. Allen will make his first court appearance later today in Washington. He's scheduled for an arraignment and is expected to face multiple criminal charges. The president is pushing to reschedule the dinner in the coming weeks, but at this point that could be logistically hard to do, and the White House Correspondents Association hasn't made any firm plans to do so. Reporting in Washington, Margaret Chadbourne, back to you.
Now, that 31-year-old shooting suspect is expected to appear in court for the first time later today. Meanwhile, President Trump says plans are in the works to reschedule that event for next month. Congress is facing a record low approval rating. It's fallen to just 10%, according to a new Gallup poll. Most Americans are losing faith in lawmakers' abilities to do their work amid constant gridlock in Washington. At the same time, 86% of Americans disapprove of the job Congress is doing. The midterms will test who voters blame for Congress's poor performance. Republicans hold a slim 5-seat House majority, and Democrats need to flip just a few races to win it back. In the Senate, Democrats would need to pick up 4 Republican-held seats while maintaining all of their own. Mecklenburg County State Representative Carla Cunningham is dropping her affiliation with the Democratic Party, saying now that she is unaffiliated. Cunningham lost her re-election bid in the March primary after 14 years representing District 106. Governor Josh Stein endorsed Reverend Rodney Sadler, who overwhelmingly won that nomination. Cunningham faced Democratic backlash for voting with Republicans to override Stein's veto of immigration legislation. In a statement, Cunningham said, though she has been a Democrat all her life, she wants to serve people, not a party, and she will never compromise her constituents' needs to a political agenda. King Charles and Queen Camilla are coming to the U.S. to celebrate America's upcoming 250th birthday. The King and Queen are set to arrive in D.C. today, where they will be greeted by President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. The president said over the weekend the visit can help repair some relations between the U.S. and the U.K. They've been strained lately over issues like trade and with Iran. During his visit, King Charles will address Congress ahead of a private meeting at the White House with the president.
A proposed development which would reshape Mount Holly's downtown area is on hold for now. The mayor made the tie-breaking vote, bringing the project to a halt. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone talked with city leaders and a business that could be affected by where things go from here.
Mount Holly is the home to about 20,000 people. For years now, the city has been trying to make it a destination spot.
A lot of people want to get away from the big city, and that's why they come here.
Mayor David Moore says that's what's attractive about Mount Holly. Leaders were hopeful a park and amphitheater could do just that.
This is a monumental decision for the city of Mount Holly. and we've got to make sure this is right, because once it's done, it's over.
He made the tie-breaking vote last week to pause a project that would develop about 6.5 acres of land in the heart of downtown, known as the Veterans Park Downtown Redevelopment Project.
This is something that has been important to this council, previous city council, and citizens throughout the last 20 years.
City manager Jonathan Blanton says the partnership with Streetlights Residential would bring between 96 and 120 townhomes in addition to the attraction.
We want a park, and then they kind of added the other things. So we wanted to, get more interaction from our citizens and what we thought was going to be best for our community.
The project could change the entire landscape of downtown, including East Central Avenue. In fact, it might even mean places like Papa Sammy's have to move, and this wouldn't be the first time.
We have to get out, unfortunately, because this is our bread and butter.
Sammy Gonzalez, or Papa Sammy, and his wife got their start in Fort Mill back in 2011, but had to move when that property closed. They've been here now for 13 years.
I guess then we had to buy a building.
Gonzalez says he found out about the project about 4 years ago.
They didn't offer much, so we're going to see what we can do.
While he and his wife weigh their options, the city is doing the same.
We've just got to take our time and make sure we do it right.
The city is still in talks with the developer to find another way forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
I think they pretty much trust us right away, because as one guy once said, he said, "Larry, you don't understand. You're giving me part of your life and you don't even know why I'm incarcerated."
But what Larry Cahoon there and his wife Patty are more interested in is what those men can become once they're back in society. We'll have that story coming up next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
For a lot of people who've been married for more than 50 years, it's now time to spend those days with grandkids. But for one couple from Randolph County, they believe that their calling is to provide faith to people who need all the help they can get.
As Bob Buckley reports, even though their house may be quiet in these golden years, it's certainly not empty.
I've been coming here for about 15 years.
Locked behind this razor wire was the gift Larry and Patty Cahoon
Thank you so much.
didn't realize they needed.
We're in the white car here.
They have no children of their own, no footsteps in the hallway, none of these crayon drawings on their fridge, but the door of their lives didn't stay closed. After more than 30 years of marriage, they began this ministry of sorts.
A friend of mine invited me to come to the prison and feed Christmas dinner, and I said, no thank you. And I was so scared I took two of my buddies with me. In 5 minutes, one of the guys said, God called me to do this.
Larry and Patty heard the call as well and became the bridge between the cage and the community, parents to those who are too often forgotten.
It was odd that youth ministry, if we had kids, we would have done it 20 years. And so for 23 years, we've had 200 kids.
Of course, the people they minister to aren't kids anymore. They've been convicted of crimes.
Mine is drug trafficking.
I had a drug sale.
All right, thank you, sir.
In Nathan Meyer's case, something that might give you pause.
I shot a repo man.
Their men's night out with Daniel and Jarvis begins simply, some hot dogs and sweets in a welcoming atmosphere.
Just taking the time to bring us out like today is big. You know, you got the fresh air, the change of scenery, everybody needs that.
A lot of times within this system, we're shut off to normal society.
Over the years, 200 souls who were not born to Larry and Patty still feel they belong because of the Cahoon's steady presence that doesn't flinch at past mistakes and focuses on who they might still become.
We all do things that are wrong, but Christ forgave us and said, I will wipe it clean. These inmates have done things that are wrong and they've paid a penalty. But when they get out, it's hard to get back into society because people aren't forgiving.
But the state's recidivism rate remains stubbornly high. According to the North Carolina Sentencing and Policy Commission, nearly half of inmates are rearrested within 2 years, and more than a third are back in prison within 3.
When I started 15 years ago, it was 86%. Then it was reported to be 64%. If you work with the guys when they get out, it was close to zero. But it took 12 months of working with them to get them established, get a job, get them financial plan, and everything that we take as everyday life.
The Cahoons believe faith and good deeds are the magic behind their success. They do construction projects for people who otherwise couldn't afford them, then use the moment to ask the key question.
So I go into the family and find out where they go to church. If they don't, do they know Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior? And I tell them if we don't do that, then all we are is construction workers.
And fundraisers like this one, where some of the men Larry and Patty have been working with for years volunteer, do more than raise money. They help the men socialize in ways they can't on the inside.
It brings you down because once you're incarcerated, you like everybody's forgot about you. I got it.
Sure.
There you go. You done with yours, bud? Hope that more people would follow their lead and start programs similar to this or start their own program.
A moment of normalcy.
That's the best part. You ain't locked up. I mean, you're free.
And their work has led to lifelong relationships.
We've been to some of them's weddings. There was one guy that was, he was in for life, but he was able to get out, and now he helps with street ministry.
Even though the sun may appear to be setting, it won't be long until it rises once again.
Keep the faith.
Faith will take you further than anything else.
And that was Bob Buckley reporting. The Cahoons also work with inmates from the women's prison, and they say the key beyond faith is staying with these people as they navigate the outside world that may have become unfamiliar to them over the years.
We are getting closer to the end of our time this morning, Ted. Stuck my head outside about an hour ago. Man, things are looking pretty nice on this Monday.
Yeah, not too bad. It's just some stubborn cloud cover sticking around this morning. I think we'll get some sunshine breaking through the clouds later on today. A cool start leading to a warm finish. Mid-50s northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 40s. We are holding on to a nice quiet start to your morning. Traffic moves at a speed limit pace here on Independence Boulevard. Mid-50s around Charlotte, low to mid-40s, Boone and Jefferson, holding on to that cool start with partly cloudy skies on deck. Low to mid-70s, peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at 60s for your mountain counties, so a mild afternoon to start your work week. That heat stretches out west through our deep south and, of course, the Gulf states, getting anywhere from the upper 80s to low 90s with those 40s on tap through the Dakotas into Montana. So 60s takes hold along the west coast. Las Vegas in the low 70s, slightly cooler than the Queen City for today. That low pressure system bringing the storm activity up through parts of Illinois, the Midwest, dealing with the brunt of the storms before that moisture focuses towards the Tennessee Valley and parts of Arkansas, giving us more of the flood potential in that darker green shading, northern Alabama and Mississippi, as well as our storm potential pushing up through parts of Nashville. So as we look at the wet weather west, even through your Tuesday, we'll get some rain chances second day of the work week. Storm potential ramps up by Wednesday. Mostly sunny skies between now and your Monday evening. Cloud cover builds overnight. Tuesday, the rain starts from our Tennessee border, leaking south. Late morning, early afternoon, could see some pockets of moderate to heavy rain before tapering off late in the evening on Tuesday. Overnight into Wednesday, mostly dry as cloud cover lingers. I'll see the increasing rain chances move in from your late morning, early afternoon. Spotty in nature, isolated storms possible for the mid portions of the work week heading into Wednesday afternoon. Mostly clear by the end of the day. Thursday looks at mostly dry conditions with sunshine returning. So Wednesday brings a marginal risk for severe weather and that green shading from Albemarle, Wadesboro into Rockingham. That's level 1 out of 5 with damaging winds being the main culprit there. I'm expecting anywhere from half an inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch of rain towards our mountain counties as we head into the end of the work week. Overnight lows will settle in the low 50s, upper 40s heading into your early morning hours, rebounding into the 70s through midweek. We'll hold on to the active pattern with another round of rain chances moving back in Friday into Saturday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Ted.
Welcome back. Taking one last look at that Pinpoint weather forecast with those mid-70s here. Starting off the work week will be warm and partly cloudy. Second half of the day, overnight lows in the low 50s. We'll continue to roll in with the rain chances Tuesday into Wednesday, looking at low to mid 70s, then really sitting in that at or below normal temperature range with the rain chances coming back Friday into Saturday. Not a big change in those conditions throughout the week, but we will hold on to, again, those rain chances Tuesday. We need them badly.
Yes, we do. Mother Nature, are you listening?
Yeah.
All right, Teddy, thank you very much. There's a new astronomy structure that could help scientists in finding another Earth-like planet, the ELT telescope. Ted, are you watching?
Wow. I know about this. Go ahead.
Of course you do. He's got it in his Amazon cart. The ELT stands for Extra Large Telescope. That's brilliant. Under construction in Chile. Its mission is simple: find a suitable planet for life somewhere in the universe.
That's a big telescope. The project's location is in the Atacama Desert. It's one of the highest, driest, and most desirable places for astronomy in the world. That's because the area averages 300 clear nights a year. The ELT also comes with an extra large price tag costing $1.5 billion.
So when you say it's in my Amazon cart,
it's going to stay in there a little longer.
Yeah. Still working on
it. Even for Prime members.
Paying it down.
Even for Prime members.
Can you do buy now, pay later on a telescope like that? Okay, buy it now. I'll pay off 200 years. My kids will be paying that off for me.
Great-great-grandkids.
Listen, we are out of time for Queen City News this morning, but coming up on Positively Charlotte is Liza Mahacek, along with not just Greg Olson. Greg, it says "the" in front of your name. The Greg Olson. I don't know about that. It says that, but hey, Liza, we know he's got the biggest heart in the world. Greg, welcome to the show today.
Yes, we're so excited to have you. So he's going to be talking about the Hardest Yard. You guys got a 5K coming up, right?
We do. May 16th, 10th anniversary of the Hardest Yard. 5K with our friends at Showmars. It's a great event. Hundreds and hundreds, hopefully thousands of people come on out and help us support Levine Children's Hospital, one of the greatest assets that we have here in this city and a place that's obviously very close to our heart.
Yeah, love it. It's so much fun.
Up in just 30 seconds. We're out of time. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 4.
Stretch out.
Well, I've got my morning coffee, and things are certainly warming up here at High Point Market. It's the largest furniture show in the world. I'm bringing you all the designs, all the trends. You are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
And Panthers icon Greg Olson's here to let us know about his nonprofit work and the impact in the community. And the World Military Games have come to the States. We find out more about the athletic competition coming up on Positively Charlotte. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. It's so great to have you joining us here on your Monday. I'm Liza Mahachuk, and my partner in crime, Alicia, is out in the field because the spring High Point Market kicked off this weekend, bringing in thousands of people from around the world. It's the world's largest home furnishings trade show, and this year's market represents 110 countries and encompasses 12 million square feet of show space in the city. Our Alicia is over in High Point discovering what's new at the market. Good morning, Alicia.
Good morning, Liza, and I'm with Elena Capra. And you know, this is really a designer's dream. If you're watching from home and you want to upgrade your life, High Point is where it's at. So first of all, tell us about you and brag on yourself a little bit.
Well, good morning. So happy to be here at High Point, and my name is Elena Capra. I'm a certified master kitchen and bath designer, and I'm based in Fort Lauderdale. I'm also a member of the 2026 NKBA Board of Directors.
Okay, what is NKBA, and why is High Point so important for those who want to elevate their lifestyle?
So the NKBA is the National Kitchen and Bath Association, and it is a group of over 55, represents 55,000 members within all segments of the kitchen and bath industry. And so they brought us here to Broad Hall in High Point, bringing in 15 different kitchen and bath vendors, showcasing all of their beautiful fixtures and products, appliances, cabinetry, you name it, it's here.
All right, so let's get to it. Let's talk about the innovation. There's some cool stuff going on. What do we have?
All right, so over here, we've got some easy ways to update your bathroom, and that's with a great new vanity countertop. I mean, instant way to elevate. So we've got vanities from James Martin, so we got two here. This one comes with a top from Cosentino, which also has integrated wireless charging. I mean, how great is that, right?
Okay, so you just put your phone on here to charge.
Yes, this is from Free Power, so it's a collab with all three of these groups. So you can charge your phone on here while you're getting ready, and you got this beautiful vanity. The top is from Cosentino. It's from their Eclos collection, which is new, and it's called Taj. And as you see here, let me show you some of the great features.
Yes,
all right. This is an aluminum laminate line drawer. So
why is aluminum important?
Clean, easy to clean. And again, it also adds a nice pop of metallic too. So it serves two things, beauty and function, right?
We like that.
Adjustable storage, right? And then we've got some other great things here too. So I'm gonna get down low, okay?
I can do it with you, girl.
All right, we're gonna do this. So we have got area for the hot tools, right? So think about, you wanna have really great storage. James Martin Vanities brings beauty, furniture-like pieces when it comes to great vanities. So a beautiful furniture piece and the storage. So everything you need, and these great tops with the integrated wireless charging.
Okay, we've got about a minute, so let's just get to it over here, right? What else do we have?
All right, so we got one more James Martin vanity. This is called Emmeline. This comes in this beautiful color and a pistachio, so imagine bringing a little color. Top from Cosentino and Phantom. This brings a little bit of a honed, darker finish. And over here, we got some great things too. Again, we have that aluminum laminate line
Aluminum's
drawer.
the trend.
Yep, aluminum is a great way to kind of line that drawer. You got a little tilt out here for storage. And again, beautiful styling. Updating a vanity in your bathroom is the perfect way to just instantly bring new life to a bathroom, refresh it, and bring something beautiful as well.
Okay, I'm learning. Forget wiping those drawers. Just get you some aluminum, Liza Mahachuk. We're going to have more with Elena throughout the show, you guys, so don't go anywhere.
Thanks, Alicia. All right, well, the Hardest Yard is teaming up with Showmars for their 10th annual 5K, all benefiting local kids with congenital heart diseases and Levine Children's Hospital. So we've got the Greg Olson here with us, along with the Haas family, Mickey, Chris, and Claire. It's so great to have you all here. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks
for having us.
Thanks
for having us. The real star right here.
Of course, the star of the show, and she's got her bear with her too, and you're head to toe in your red and pink. So cute. Claire, so Greg, first of all, let's talk a little bit about the Hardest Yard and really what inspired you to start this.
Yeah, so our journey with the Hardest Yard started 13 years ago, almost to the day. Back in 2013, we ran our first ever community event. It was a golf outing, but we raised our first community dollar, and since then we've raised well over $11-12 million, all for the local, with Levine Children's Hospital here in Charlotte. We now work with Sean Jenkins Children's Hospital down in Charleston at MUSC. So we've really grown throughout the Carolinas, and it all stemmed from our heart baby, right? These heart babies that go through so much trouble. They have such a difficult journey early on, but with the right resources and the right care, and of course Levine Children's Hospital, which does so much for this community, we're thankful that now TJ's 13 years old, and kind of the journey of the Hardest Yard really parallels his journey and his growth. And he's had 4 open heart surgeries and then at 8 years old he had a heart transplant. So we've lived this world very similar to these other heart families, and we connect through it. We connect through these amazing children, and we're very thankful for the community support, the Carolina support around the Hardest Yard. And year 13 was better than year 12, and we hope that continues for a long time, because there's a lot of families that really need this support.
And I love to hear that TJ's doing well also.
Oh, he's doing great.
And I also love, Claire, you were doing your little heart. Let's see it. Show me again. Yes. Heart love. So cute. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about Claire's journey and your family's journey.
Yeah, so Claire, Claire was born prematurely. So we were in the NICU for 8 weeks. She was born at 3 pounds, and we knew she would need heart surgery. We didn't quite know when. So she has tetralogy of Fallot, which is a hole in her heart that needed to be repaired. So we were in the NICU for 8 weeks and then transferred out to take her home, but she needed a feeding tube. So that's when we kind of came in contact with the Hardest Yard and their support services at home. Bringing a tiny baby home from the NICU is one thing. Bringing one home that is needing heart surgery during COVID is another thing.
It just keeps layers. There's just layers to all of this. It just keeps coming. There was an asteroid.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So having their support out of the hospital and helping us transition into the home was invaluable. Having nursing services help us figure out her feeding regimen with a feeding tube in the home and her medications and all that was invaluable to us.
I mean, that's huge. Yeah. And did you realize when TJ was first diagnosed with this, did you realize how big of a community this is?
Well, when diagnosed, no. Shortly after the diagnosis, when we kind of went public with his journey shortly before that, he was born in the fall of 2012, it became very clear that fortunately and unfortunately, this is a lot larger than us. This is a lot larger than just something that's affecting our family in Charlotte, North Carolina. And there are thousands and thousands of kids throughout the country that have very similar journeys. And the heart condition might be a little bit different, and the techniques of treatment might be a little bit different, but it's all one big bucket. And you heard mention where we started. The Hardest Yard originally was exactly for children like Claire who needed help transitioning from the hospital. You're so excited to get discharged, and then all of a sudden mom and dad bring you into the home, and now their nurse, their doctor, their caregiver. And it can be very frightening for any child, let alone a child that has some special needs that they need to be taken care of. And that was the Hardest Yard. That program still funds every single baby that gets discharged from Levine Children's Hospital following any sort of cardiac intervention. We've been funding that now for 13 years. We have an inpatient, about a 25,000 square foot inpatient congenital heart center called the Hardest Yard Congenital Heart Center that has all the multi-sub kind of specialties of the cardiac program here in Charlotte, all in one outpatient setting. So we've been able to, because of the community support, because of amazing events like our 5K and others, we've been able, from what was just an outpatient in-home nursing program, we've now been able to scale that and grow that to a lot of other ways that we can serve the community. And for that, we're very grateful.
I mean, it's so cool. And also, speaking of your 5K, that's coming up very soon. So we've got the information, right there on your screen. It's happening May 26th at 8 a.m. And you can also head on over to either of those websites to learn more. Guys, thank you so much for sharing this with us today and for sharing your stories.
Thank you for having us.
Of course, it was our pleasure.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that Claire's Bears, they're like army of runners, walkers, stroller pushers. They're typically like one of our top couple fundraisers. Every team can enter as like a team and a community, and we give away prizes, and it's a little bit of a competition. So if anybody out there wants to come for Claire Bears, you got your work cut out for you, because it's hard to beat you, right?
I know, exactly. She's going to be strutting. I love it. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Birthday.
And it is her birthday.
It is her birthday. Happy birthday. Claire, I'm so glad you told us. Happy birthday, Vicky.
Thank you.
All right, well, coming up is the great debate finally settled. Experts weigh in on a tale as old as time. How often should you be washing your jeans? We find out after the break. And you're taking a live look over West Charlotte. Definitely some traffic down there, but it's moving along. We'll be right back after this short break. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte on your Monday. For the first time ever, the Military World Games will be held in the United States, and it'll be happening right here in Charlotte. Ike Belk is one of the co-chairs of the Games local organizing committee, and he's here to give us some updates on the major event come to the Queen City. I just can't believe this is happening here. I'm so excited. I know, seriously. We were just talking about how you are running all around trying to get everything set up, because this is one of the world's largest multi-sport events. So what does it take for Charlotte to get ready for this?
You know, it's going to take the whole community coming together. You know, we're excited about that happening. You know, just coming from Charlotte, being from Charlotte, you know, supporting a humongous event like this, you know, it's going to take the whole community coming together, actually, you know, making a special event.
Yeah. So why is Charlotte such a perfect city for this event?
Well, it's one of the key reasons why we won the event. So, you know, all the amazing facilities that the city has put into this community was one of the biggest reasons why we won this. So, you know, from, you know, the Hornets Arena to Memorial Stadium, we're here to show the city has got something pretty special for the whole world to watch.
Now, I know that there was a big meeting last week where everybody came in, checked things out. How did that go? Give us the rundown on what that really means for the future of the Games.
Yeah, so it was the first time, you know, a lot of the world actually came to Charlotte, or to the U.S. actually, which was pretty crazy. So 35 delegates from CISM, which is the International Sports Military Council, showed up to see all the amazing venues that you were talking about. And they left, you know, very excited and pumped up to what's to come. So our first round of invitations is already kind of coming back, and it's going to be historic. It's going to be one of the largest events in CISM history.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, talk to me about what the Military World Games really look like, because I know that there are some things where these will qualify people for the Olympics too, right?
Yeah, it'll be part of the point system. So most of the events are Olympic sports like judo, taekwondo, baseball. So we're excited to have those. And then you have military sports. So you have parachuting, hackathon. So pretty amazing sporting events to watch as a spectator.
Seriously. Now, you know, I know you guys are also prepping for this. It's happening in 2027. So we've got, you know, what it seems like to be a good amount of time to get set up. But what are the steps that you guys are going through right now to make sure that the city's prepared for it?
A ton of stuff. So you have our task force with the city, with the state, you know, with the federal government. So being prepared to host 10,000 plus athletes, 140 member countries to our great city and state. So it takes a lot of preparation and then recruiting. So hopefully Greg Olson would like to play in the military games, and we'll get him in service. So.
I love it. Now, I know also, this is something where there are going to be some really top-notch athletes competing in this. Is this something where us Charlotteans can go and watch these matches and games?
Oh yeah, so we'll have 40 plus sporting events, over a 10-day period. So you have opening and closing ceremonies, and then you have the real competition that happens within the 8 days. So buying tickets, we'll be selling tickets probably later this summer, and it'll be a fun event to watch and bring the family to.
Now, why do you think that this is so formative for Charlotte's culture as well? Because I think that this could be a big shift for us.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think this will be, one of the first largest international multi-sport events take place in Charlotte. So the whole city is basically being taken over for those 10 days. But it puts us on the map. So really becoming that crown jewel for international military, sports hub, for the world.
I saw what you did there, the crown jewel. I like that for the Queen City. Okay, well, tell us if people want to get more information, if they want to get involved in any way, help you guys out, where can they find more?
Just go to our website. We're actively building that out right now, but there's more to come, just with announcements from partnerships to ticket sales to media partners as well. But Military World Games, Charlotte, North Carolina.
It's going to be awesome. We got the information right there on your screen. It's still a little ways away, but so much to look forward to. Head on over to that website right there on your screen if you want to learn more information. Ike, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We're so excited.
Go USA.
Go USA. All right, well, as the country's 250th gets closer, we wanted to take a look at what it means to be an American, both across the country as well as right here in the Queen City. This is Callaway's story. Take a look.
I've always got excited to watch and play football. It's the American sport, I'd like to say. So, hi, I'm Callaway. I'm a high school football player, and this is my American story. Football means a lot to me. I started playing football at a very young age, around first grade. It's a big part of my life and my family's life. My dad was the defensive coordinator on the team. Just football, football, football. Watch, play, live, breathe it. It's all I've known, really. I believe that it's taught me a lot through life, like teamwork, obviously. 11 people on the field, you gotta work together. Builds friendships. I've definitely built a lot of friendships around football, so it's definitely taught me a lot throughout my life. I learned a lot of discipline, winning, losing. You have to take that with full pride. When I go to college, I'd like to maybe play football and also get a degree, studying kinesiology or sports medicine. Definitely want to stay around the sports culture, and I'd like to just stick around the sport in general. My mom said I must graduate with a degree, so got to do that. Getting to play the sport is like a blessing in its own. It's the American sport, I'd like to say, so I do feel like I'm living the dream, and that's my American story.
You can join us every Monday and Wednesday leading up to the 4th of July for some more stories of community, greatness, and pride. And be sure to check out our QCN Plus exclusive show, Stars of Service, hosted by Brian Christensen.
Well, High Point Market has brought billions in revenue to the state of North Carolina. Find out what makes it so special and ways that you can upgrade your home. We're going to hear more from designer Elena Capper right after the break.
Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. Are you looking to upgrade or make over your space, perhaps even upgrade your bathroom? Well, all the latest trends are on display at High Point Market. Now, Alicia, what colors and hardware are on trend for the bathrooms right now? What are we looking at?
Okay, Liza, I got you. Elena Capra's here. As you know, she's an interior designer with the Mostest, but she's going to walk us through that, Liza. Let's start with lighting, right?
So we've got a lot of things here at Broad Hall. I want to start with lights. Easiest way to also make a refresh in your space, right? So we've got Kichler lighting. This is called the Kate. It's an orb light that actually, once you install it, you could reconfigure it 3 different ways to get 3 different looks. Here it's fully open. You could flatten 2 of the arms and create a different shape, or fully enclose, fully bring it down to 1, and you got 3 looks in 1. It's the gift that keeps on giving in lighting.
I love it. Okay, so what's this other lighting that we have?
So over here we have Ribbon, and this is in a champagne bronze finish as well, a trending finish, gorgeous, coordinates with a lot of fixtures for the bath and kitchen throughout the home, and it's just this beautiful ribbed glass, a classic look. Stunning for any space.
So let's talk color, because you've got the color of the year, which I just don't agree with. This is a hot take. Take us through colors.
So this is a beautiful color here. This is Universal Khaki from Sherwin-Williams. This is a great color. It's that perfect touch of warmth, and it goes with just about everything. We're seeing other trending colors. You want a nice warm base, and you can mix in beautiful greens, gorgeous blues. Merlot has been a huge trend throughout market. We're seeing it in a lot of things, as well as the greens, and also this sort of peachy and then rust and terracotta tones as well.
Was this named color of the year because it goes with everything? Because when I see it, I'm like, eh.
It's the perfect complement to everything that you could put in your home. And that's what we want, a great base color. It's painted on the wall right over there. See how beautiful that looks?
Good, okay.
It's such a great way to kind of warm things up, whether you're going neutral or adding pops of color.
Perfect. Okay, so let's talk finishes.
So we have got Signature Hardware has a variety of different faucets. And this is, again, when you're updating maybe your vanity, you also want new faucets, right? So we have got a variety of different styles. The best thing about Signature Hardware, they got great finishes, great styles. You can go a little bit more in this sort of vintage inspired look. This is the Marceau. Comes with a lever or cross handle, and it's polished nickel. Polished nickel, you've got aged brass. They've even got great gunmetal finishes. The finish is a beautiful way to kind of bringing in some warmth with the aged brass. And then, of course, the polished nickel, just bringing a little pop. But that, again, classic look. And they also make all of the bath accessories, too. So you could update your faucet, as well as towel bars, robe hooks, the toilet paper holder, all of that stuff to blend with your new lighting and a fresh coat of paint.
Well, let's show that gunmetal, because you were excited about that. You said that this is something that everybody needs to see, right?
Yes, I love the gunmetal. You kind of have a little touch of it in your shoes,
yes,
right? So you were right on trend.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And over here, it's that perfect finish that's like, if you want matte black and you're thinking of maybe a chrome, but it's like right in between. It brings the cool tones, but it looks beautiful with just about any finish.
And I think that people need to understand you don't have to break the bank, right, to really transform your space.
Yeah, sometimes it's just these small updates. New vanity, add that new faucet, some bath accessories, fresh coat of paint, new light, you're set. A beautiful update to your bathroom, and then again, a good new fresh start for spring.
Okay, we've done the bathroom. Coming up, we're going to get you handled on the kitchens. Back to you, Liza.
Thanks, Alicia. All right, well, let's talk other trends, because fashion and laundry experts are debunking common myths about how often we should wash denim. And it turns out not cleaning them is actually worse. So experts say dirt, oils, and dead skin can break down cotton fibers, causing tears and holes. So they recommend washing jeans inside out in cold water every 5 to 7 wears, or up to 30 to 45 wears if you insist on pushing the limits. I think that those are 2 very different options. Very 5 to 7 versus 30 to 45. That is so different. So if the jeans smell, sag, or look dirty, just throw them in the wash. Another myth that freezing jeans cleans them, it may temporarily reduce odors, but bacteria will return once they warm up again. And bizarre washing methods like wearing them in a bathtub or the ocean is unnecessary and could damage or stretch the jeans permanently. So once washed, air drying is fine. If they're stiff, shake them out or briefly tumble dry them to soften them. I just don't understand why we're trying to freeze jeans. I'm a little bit confused about what's so tough about throwing them in with the other laundry. I see, for me, my rule of thumb is when my jeans get dirty, because I do spill sometimes, then I put them in the wash. And I think that is like a common belief. But I guess some people just really don't want to wash them. I don't know. And maybe you've just gotten them to fit you so perfectly that you don't want to have to deal with it again. But guys, just wash them. Wash them and then you can put them back on and they'll look great again. I think that will probably happen. Well, it's no secret that Apple TV is a streaming powerhouse, creating hit after hit after hit. And Scott Movie Mance took a trip to the Apple TV event in LA to give you an inside look.
If you're not subscribing to Apple TV on your platforms, you are missing out. They have the best shows like Your Friends and Neighbors, Pluribus, Stick, Morning Show, Margot's Got Money Troubles, Shrinking, and the stars of all of those shows agree that Apple TV is very special.
I worked with them on Blackbird and Smoke, and now this. Very different shows, but the one constant is they're incredibly supportive of all of the shows that they make.
Where we're so excited to go to work every day and see each other.
We've become a family very quickly, and it's just so nice to see that. And it comes from the top down. You know, Vince creates an atmosphere, Ray creates an atmosphere where everyone feels included, feels appreciated and seen, and so this show is just a dream come true.
I mean, I just passed somebody on the way in that said that this show is their therapy.
Well, actually, it is. Subliminal. It's subtle therapy, right? Subtle. Like you don't feel like you're in a therapy session, but you really are.
And it's something about these people are working on themselves. So no matter what, as a viewer, no matter what you're going through, you're watching people who are working on themselves, and it's inspirational, I think, to you to work on yourself.
I do have to credit Mimi Leader, who is one of our producing directors, who's been in this business for a long time, and she was directing big budget movies when no women were directing big budget movies, you know, and they gave her the keys to this one, you know, and she, I think, said, I'm going to get this right.
Reese and Jen and Michael and Mimi are able to bring in really top tier artists who want to work on the show and do something different and, you know, take chances.
Margot's Got Money Troubles, Pluribus, Your Friends and Neighbors, Shrinking, they are all streaming right now on Apple TV. Reporting from Century City with the Entertainment Report, I'm Scott Nance.
Well, don't go anywhere. The star of Wicked has traded in her leather boots for something a bit more running worthy. See why after the short break. And you're looking live over Independence Boulevard. Traffic is moving along just fine down there. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. One nonprofit is supporting Charlotte children with life-threatening medical conditions. And Executive Director Brittany Rochelle is here to tell us about the impact that they're making on our community. Hope Kids is such a remarkable foundation. So talk to us about, for those who aren't familiar, what you guys really do.
Yeah, so Hope Kids, we provide free ongoing events for families who have a child with cancer or a life-threatening medical condition. We surround our incredible families with a sense of community and just push the mission that hope is a powerful medicine.
And you and I were talking about this in the commercial break about the impact of community and having that kind of tight-knit, kind of connection with people, where if you have the same kind of relationship and experience, then you're more able to relate with other people, right? So why is that community so important?
Yeah, it's so important because a lot of our families, they have different medical journeys. No medical journey is ever the same, but there's a likeness in that our families all have the common ground of having a child with a life-threatening medical condition, and that's something that they can relate to, and that's something that is an automatic bonder for our families.
And I think that you guys also do such a great job of getting so many events and getting people together. Talk to me a little bit about the growth that you guys have seen. I know that you guys have had so many people come into your organization recently.
We really have. Last year we were doing about 13 events every single month, which felt like a lot. And I'm really excited to share that we now are doing 20 to 25 events every single month for our incredible families. Anything from the 4-wide ZMAX race that was here this past weekend. We had families in suites that were enjoying the food and the race and all access passes, to nights at Topgolf, to plays, to concerts. So we really have our finger on the pulse. We actually have an event coming up with Handyman Hal this weekend for our younger kiddos. We do victory lanes racing for our teens, and it is just really incredible the impact that we get to make and just the relationship that we build with our families.
And talk to me a little bit about, how you guys really started this, because I think that having things like this for families and for kids going through this, having that escape and that outlet is so important.
It is. So we saw the need that families, when they're going through a medical crisis or a medical journey, they aren't focused on the whole family. They're focused on medical appointments, treatments, infusions. And they're also not thinking about the siblings. And that is something that Hope Kids is really big on. All of our events are for the entire family. So it's our Hope Kid, it's their siblings, it's their parents. And even when a Hope Kid turns 18, they are still a Hope Kid. And when we walk through bereavement with a family, that family is still a Hope Kid family, because we want them to know that hope is a powerful medicine. Coming to our events, having something hopeful to look forward to, getting out of the house and doing something fun together, and bonding as a family is so important to the family unit. And so we just really get to rally and support them in that way.
Now, we were talking a little bit about some of the things that a lot of these families, come together on and only really can relate with each other. So if somebody wants to get involved with you guys, if maybe they have a child who is going through a life-threatening condition, how can they get involved? And then also, how can volunteers help you too?
Yeah, so families can get involved by going to our website and clicking the Apply Now button. It goes to a national administrator. They do the fielding. They talk to the doctors and medical team to vet the diagnosis, and then they get assigned to our chapter, and then the community can get involved by volunteering. They can donate to any of the fundraisers that we have coming up, being sponsors, monthly donors. It truly takes a community to make this happen, and Charlotte is so fantastic.
And you guys have a fun golf event coming up, I know, in August too, right?
Correct.
So that's for the whole community, and people can sign up for that as well. And it's a fundraiser.
It is a fundraiser for Hope Kids.
Amazing. So if you want to get your golf on and also give back in an awesome way, we've got the info right there on your screen. You can head on over to that website right there. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing for our community, Brittany. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, here's a question for you. How much would you be willing to pay to attend the World Cup? How about a $2.3 million ticket price? No, your ears are fine. They do not deceive you. However, somebody who's setting these prices, their mind is clearly not right. The tickets are for seats behind the goal in the lower deck during the championship at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey on July 19th. Now, if you want all four, That's just over $9 million bucks. You know, something light, nothing too major. You don't have to go to the resale route yet. There are still tickets available on FIFA's direct ticketing website for just over $10,000 each. That is so wild to me. Meanwhile, tickets for the quarter and semifinals average $1,000 to $4,000. By the way, this World Cup was supposed to be the most affordable in history. I don't think I could afford that. There's no way that I could. I mean, millions of dollars for tickets. I would love to have that kind of expendable income. I think that would be, what a life. What a life it would be. All right, well, you know, speaking of what a life, Taylor Swift is at it again. And honestly, who's surprised? That girl never stops. Her latest single, Elizabeth Taylor, just broke into the top 10 on Billboard's adult pop airplay chart, making her the first artist ever to have 3 songs in the top 10 at the same time. All 3 tracks, Elizabeth Taylor, Opalite, and The Fate of Ophelia, come from her album, The Life of a Showgirl, which continues to be an absolute hit. So, and just for fun, this also marks Taylor's 35th top 10 hit on that chart, putting her way ahead most of her pop peers. So yes, if you're keeping score, Taylor Swift is officially breaking records again. No one's surprised. Now, this is kind of what I thought was going to happen. When Life of a Showgirl came out, I talked about this with my sister. We were not the biggest fans. And you know, we're big Swifties, but we were not fans of this album. But I was like, you know what? People are going to get used to the songs and then they will start to like them. And also, I think what else happened is people started making TikTok dances to them. And then people just got used to the music. And they're like, okay, yeah, you know what? Now I really do like it. And it gets stuck in your head. So while I don't think that this is Taylor's best album, in my opinion, I do think clearly plenty of people like it. They really do. All right, well, here's another superstar. Wicked star Cynthia Erivo can act, she can sing, she can dance, and she can certainly run as well. Did you know that she's a runner? Cynthia ran the London Marathon yesterday. And get this, she finished it in 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 40 seconds. So that means she averaged just over 7.5 minutes per mile. That's about 7.8 miles an hour when it comes to speed. Also, she's tiny. She was just running. So it ended up being a personal best for her. And when she came across the finish line, the race played Defying Gravity over the speakers. I love that. She's currently starring on stage in a new rendition of Dracula in London, where she plays all 23 roles in the show. I mean, I think she is one of the most talented performers in our generation. Look up I'm Here, her performance of I'm Here from The Color of Purple. I cry every single time that I watch it. So good. She's incredible. All right, well, a blockbuster about an icon and the fashion film that everyone is clamoring for. Melvin Robert has it all in your entertainment report.
You're confident. You're strong. You're beautiful. You're the greatest of all time.
Michael is doing more than just easing down the road here. The biopic has picked up more than $12 million in Thursday previews alone, making it easily the best ever for a musical biographical film. Lionsgate is hoping that the movie makes between $65 and $70 million over the course of the weekend. And if it does, it'll become the best-selling musical biopic, beating out Straight Outta Compton, which holds the current record. And the Michael movie encountered some choppy critical reaction, but now that audiences are heading into the movie theaters, they're starting to speak up, and they love it. Compared to the 40% from more than 168 critics, the film has a 96% on the popcorn meter from more than 1,000 audience members. It's good news for Lionsgate. This means they really might actually make all the money they seek to at the box office this weekend. And if you can't get enough of the Michael movie, guess what, y'all? You can listen to the soundtrack now. The official soundtrack is available on all platforms. It features songs like the one you're hearing right now, Billie Jean, Thriller, I'll Be There, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. And also on the soundtrack is Michael's hit Human Nature, one of my favorites. And a music video has been released today. And now everybody's to a movie hitting theaters next week. We're learning which cameos were left on the cutting room floor for The Devil Wears Prada 2.
Pull yourself together. We have work to do. And by we, I mean you.
Meryl Streep reprised her role as Miranda Priestley, a character largely believed to be based on former Vogue head Anna Wintour. The fashion mogul reportedly filmed a one-take cameo, but it ultimately ended up being cut from the film. Production seemed to give a number of reasons as to why, including a blurry shot and also concerns that Streep's character and Wintour could not exist in the same universe. Actress Sydney Sweeney had her cameo nixed as well, which production called a creative decision on that front. The Devil Wears Prada 2 hits theaters on May 1st. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Really interesting there about Anna Wintour. Well, on the other side of this break, they've popped up in Charlotte, but one Waymo is getting attention for all the wrong reasons. Stick around to find out why. And here's a live look over Dallas on this chilly spring day. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, the party's rolling on here at High Point Market, and now we are talking all things kitchen with interior designer Elena Capra. Elena, this green is like, it's everything.
I mean, isn't this beautiful? So this is from Blue Star Appliances, and they customize the colors. So this is Sherwin-Williams Hunt Club Green. I mean, in a refrigerator and coordinating cabinetry, right? Perfect match.
Okay,
so I want to show you.
Yeah, let's open it.
Yeah, let's take a look inside. Okay, you first, and then I'm going to grab this. So
okay, I'm going to come on this side so that everybody can hear you. Okay.
All right, so we have a fully stainless interior. So you got this beautiful fridge here. And I also want to talk about the handles. Right here we see the copper, a trending finish we're seeing in design now as well. So let's keep it going.
Okay, this stove is, I want this. As a toddler mom, I need this stove.
So Blue Star Appliances is really for people who love to cook, okay? And this is over here a matte finish induction cooktop. Yeah. So if you're not familiar with what induction technology is in cooking, it boils water in 60 seconds, right? Efficiency, it cooks in an electromagnetic field. So when you actually remove the pot, you could put your hand down on here and it's warm to the touch, not hot. You will not get burned.
That's what you need with little kids. I love it.
And scratch resistant, fingerprint resistant as well.
Okay, so also the technology, let's keep it rolling because here you can charge your phones once again.
Yes, those are from Free Power. We saw those on the James Martin Vanities earlier, and that is just a great way to have wireless charging in your kitchen too, right? And so over here we've got a great sink. This is from Blanco. It's called Inteos. Okay. This is sill granite. This material does not scratch, is impact resistant. They have a couple of different colors, so a really great alternative if you want to do something different with a little pop of color. This is soft white, so perfect neutral.
Very pretty.
Here we've got a lot of things. So you have a cutting board. I'm going to reach over. You've got your dish rack, right? So it hides all the good stuff, right? So you've got the dish rack, and over here, oven-safe stuff. You could prep all of your food, and then actually once you're done and have everything ready, you could throw it in the oven. This will all be good.
I love it.
And
Easy for cleaning up.
Exactly. Everything stacks and hides under here, so you got all of that. And if you don't want to store it here, underneath they have a caddy where you could kind of this organization area. Everything could be stored right in here, right? So organization is another thing. And then these beautiful cabinets we're seeing are from Fabbywood. They also do custom colors, beautiful door styles. So any color you want, whether it be, look, we've seen the Blue Star appliances, the Fabbywood cabinetry, one beautiful all green kitchen.
Is green really like the wave right now? Because I remember I was seeing a lot of blues last year, and it's nice to see this hunter green.
Yeah, so green has really been trending in home design for a while, and now it's continuing to just really stay. It has great staying power as we see biophilic design and the connection to nature really being big in interiors. It's a color that feels fresh, that feels vibrant, and in a kitchen, green is just such a great color.
Can anyone come to High Point Market, or do you have to be a professional?
So High Point Market is for industry professionals, so it's for the trade. There's so much to see. Designers are here looking for all of their great things to bring back to clients. For me as a designer, I love it. We've got so many manufacturers here within the industry, things to see. And here at Broad Hall, all of these great 15 kitchen and bath industry brands that NKBA has brought together. And I mean, what a great way to see the other parts of things that go in the house next to the furnishings. You've got kitchen, you've got bath, lighting, all of the good stuff.
Well, you know, NKBJ they just joined last year, right? So why has kitchen and bath been such a big deal designer-wise, focusing on it?
So bringing kitchen and bath products to High Point Market is so great because, you know, all of these things go within the same home, right? So you're thinking about when you're planning the home, seeing the appliance options that you can customize. You can customize your cabinetry color, seeing lighting options, trending finishes in faucets, fixtures, all of that. It's all being paired in the same space. So this is such a beautiful compliment to it. I'm so excited for NKBA to be here in Broad Hall.
I've got to say thank you so much. You're a wealth of knowledge. I've learned so much this morning. Hopefully you have as well at home. Guys, I got to get to looking and shopping. Back to you, Liza.
Thanks so much, Alicia. You're gonna have to. We're both gonna have to go there because I'm wanting that fridge now. No. I think we should just both go in on it.
Girl, like, beautiful. Let's do it, Liza.
All the green. I love it. Okay, thanks, Alicia. Well, fans of classic professional wrestling or cult classic movies will have a smile on their face about this one. A local town of thousands in North Carolina is honoring the man, the myth, the legend, Andre the Giant Ellerby. And so Ellerby is honoring their adopted son with a highway marker, and the marker reads Andre the Giant, 1946 to 1993. Actor and professional wrestler was born Andre Rusimov, known for his role in The Princess Bride in 1987 and lived nearby. So you can find the marker at the intersection of Highway 73 and Old NC Highway 220 in Ellerby. This is so much fun, and I think that fans of him are loving this. But this would be fun to drive by, especially for those fans if they want to go out and take a picture in front of it too, because it's really cool. Well, in headlines that could only come from Florida, a strange traffic stop happened in Miami where Waymo has been testing and expanding their service. So the passenger appears confused as the vehicle comes to a stop and an officer approaches. Moments later, a voice from Waymo's remote support system asks if everything's okay. So the video ends, before showing all of this playing out. And with no real ending, the internet has stepped in to fill the gap. Now, what we do know is, under Florida law, the autonomous system itself is considered the vehicle's operator. So that means if Waymo commits a violation, the citation is issued to the company, not the passenger. So I looked up and saw the actual TikTok video from that perspective, and the police officer comes up and is talking with basically customer service on the phone, because the passenger in the back is like, well, this doesn't have anything to do with me. And so there's a customer service rep asking, is everything okay? And then the police officer, it sounds like, is saying, well, the car was stopping in the middle of the street. But again, it cuts off. So a lot of people are just filling in the gaps. But I mean, it does bring up a very interesting question of what happens then. But, from the past,